Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
I am Dr. Sadhamachan from SRM Valliyam Engineering College.
Yes, sir. Yep. Any doubts?
ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு டைம் இருக்குது, கிளாஸ் இருக்குது. அதுதான் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ண எப்போ கிடைக்கும், எவ்வளோ ஆகும்
Sir,
ப்ரெசன்டேஷன்?
can you, sir, you can post your questions in the Confluence team, sir.
Due
Can
to
you post your
technical
questions in your Confluence team, in WhatsApp Confluence team?
புரியல. ஒன் வாட்ஸ்அப்பில்
உங்களோட questions நீங்க வாட்ஸ்அப்ல இருக்க கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் டீம்ல போஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க சார். They will decide.
ஓகே ஓகே.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, our guest of the day is yet to join. He's joining, and we will start the session as soon as he joins. Thank you for your patient waiting. Sir, very good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Nice having you here with us today, sir. Thanks for joining, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, we have two Google Meet links, sir. one is specially for the presenters alone, and you can see one screen where our students have been seated in the auditorium. In Chennai today, the rains are okay, so we are back to work, and students have settled down in the auditorium. You can have a single window view of the students sitting over there. They are all MBA students, and in this meet, we have people who have joined for presenting, sir.
Actually, what I'm supposed to do? Should I continue with the same link or?
Yeah, you can continue with the same link, sir. No, I'm just briefing you about how we have organized it today, sir.
Fine.
Yeah, you can continue. Yes, sir. I think we will start the event today. Shall we start? Sure. Yeah, please. Over to the MC.
A very good morning to one and all present here. Myself, Rakhi, and Jagan from second year MBA, School of Management, DG VAISHNAV College, Chennai, would take immense pleasure to cordially invite you to the 4th International Conference, Reconciliation in Business Practices, Causes, Conflicts and Control, New Normal, ICRBP. On behalf of School of Management, I would like to extend my warm welcome and thanks to all the participants, guests of honor, delegates, and representatives.
Now, I would like to call upon Harini Trisha of second year MBA, Student Coordinator, to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Thamari Selvan Natarajan.
Good morning everyone. Myself Harini Trisha from 2nd MBA. I take immense pleasure in welcoming Dr. Thamari Selvan Natarajan. Dr. Thamari Selvan Natarajan is a professor in management with vast academic contribution and academic acumen over 2 decades. He is a meticulous person possessing 25 years of academic and industrial experience. He is a passionate academician with incessant drive to contribute the best to our educational community by discovering innovative pedagogical techniques in the teaching learning process. His area of specialization are services marketing, marketing metrics and strategy marketing, and his active commitment to research made him publish more than 50 articles in referred journals. He is an erudite researcher with publications in peer-reviewed national and international journals. He has fetched 14 awards from MMA, Bloomberg UTV, APB and Star News for the department during his tenure of the head of the department. He has earned many credentials by conducting a number of workshops and faculty development programs. He also served as a resource person in training programs conducted by TRC, STEP and Besselsia to his credit. He is an enterprising administrator with learning leadership skills who use the right blend of responsibility and authority to achieve managerial excellence. On behalf of Dr. U. Amaleshwari and other faculty members, we take immense pleasure in welcoming you, sir. Thank you. The session is all yours.
So I can start now, right?
Yes, sir. You can please start.
Just let me check a couple of videos because today, first of all, thank you for the nice introduction. And again, thank you, Amaleshwari ma'am, for giving this opportunity. Okay, so it's going to be a very short session. I used to handle for something like 3 to 4 hours. I just wanted to give a small, probably a tip of iceberg of what exactly I'm going to talk about today. And the whole conference themes talks around what exactly the business practices that are changed immediately after your COVID, because COVID has given an entirely new, different kind of a dimension of how we are going to conduct or how the business is really operating. Even the consumers, they have changed in the way in which they are looking out for getting any kind of a product. So the total consumer behavior changes. And again, you know pretty well that recent past, probably last week, we have come across another kind of COVID variant, and that is also actually literally threatening us. So we might have a totally different kind of new practices. But all said and done, I'll be talking about how the technology has really had some kind of an impact over the marketing practices, especially on how the business are really evolved after having a new normal situation. That is what my focus. Hope I'm audible, right?
Yes, sir, you are very clearly audible, sir.
Fine. Okay. So, and I've got a PPT, but anyway, I'm not going through the PPT. That will take a lot of time. And let me go through that couple of information. And this is actually my what is that experiences immediately after this COVID, because you know pretty well that we were forced to be in the house for the long period of time, and we did not have any kind of a social contact with any kind of a people. And whether to purchase even groceries, we need to depend on somebody else, or somebody has to come to your place in order to provide that kind of products to you. So that was the thing. So what I'm going to do is that it's around in my computer it's around 10:10, and probably what we can do is that for another 30 minutes I'll be going through the different kind of websites, so that you'll have a practical exposure on how exactly these things are happening. I'm having two different kind of an audience. One maybe for the research, because yours is a PG research department, and second thing is that more from the MBA students are there. So I just wanted to balance both the people. So you'll get our practices, and probably the research people, you can think about what exactly the theories or different kind of information that you are looking out for in doing a research, that you can focus on that. Okay, I'm giving only the highlights of what exactly is happening over there, right? Fine. And I'll be skipping even in my slides. Okay, so let me take two different things, because today there are a lot of technologies are literally having an impact on this, and very predominant things are artificial intelligence, and we have got augmented reality and virtual reality, Internet of Things. These are the top-notch things, basically data science and a couple of others which are having a huge impact on that. Okay. So if you are having any kind of doubts, even in between, probably you can raise your hands, or probably you can intervene. You can try to have some kind of an interaction. That will be much more better for me, so that I'll have a happiness that people are really following me, because you know online education is very, very difficult, and we are not very sure, because we are talking to the screen. Even though a couple of people, couple of names are available over there, but we are not very sure what is happening over on the other part. Okay. So let's come back. I think you can see my what is that Google Meet screen, right? Fine. Ma'am, are you able to follow me, right?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so actually, now can you see that there is something called lens card, right?
Yes, sir, we can see the screen. Yeah.
Fine. Okay. So let me tell you from my own experience, because I've got a daughter and a son, and daughter is taking care of actually having some kind of an impact in terms of an eye, and there are power changes, and you know that now the kids are literally glued to all kind of screens and everything, whether you're talking about mobile or iPad or probably a laptop or the bigger screen. Okay. So whatever it is, they are glued to them. And you know that they are literally focusing on a lot of YouTube videos and a couple of other things. Okay, so and you know, well that because we won't be able to walk in to the stores because of this COVID constraints and everything. But that should not stop any kind of a business people to go and look out for something like how in terms of selling the product. Okay. So what exactly these people have done during this COVID practices, and how the technology has literally roped in order to provide such kind of things. Okay, so that's what I'm looking out for it. And you know that even recent past, I'll also quote probably I'll go to YouTube and show a couple of advertisements, because in recent past, whenever you open YouTube, because since I have done some kind of a Google search on glasses or probably a lens card, whatever it is, whenever I'm opening anything on YouTube or whenever I'm opening any kind of websites, and literally they are able to follow me through the cookies, and they started giving these kind of advertisement. Even apart from that, last IPL, and you could see that lens card advertisement. I'll come back to that advertisement a little bit later, but I'll just demonstrate that what exactly they have done, and in two different forms. One, I won't be able to demonstrate because I need to literally tag my mobile phone, because it's more from the Google App Store. Okay, they have got their own lens card app is available. That is what. Okay, fine. So what they have done is, if you go through that, there is something called Try and 3D will be there. Okay, so on the top of it. Okay, so and now you can see that there is a 3D try on. What you are supposed to do is that the only thing is that you need to upload your video, and that will try a lot of that will provide a lot of information. Okay, because it's more from the we are talking about in terms of virtual reality. where virtually I'll be able to easily find out myself in the picture. Okay, say for an example, I'm getting started. Okay, so let's see that because sometimes because of the Google or any other kind of things. Okay, now I'm able to find out. Let's see, I'm trying to look out for my video and I'm just adjusting myself in terms of this. Okay, I'm recording video and you can see that. And what I'm supposed to do is that they are giving a direction. Slowly turn right, left. Okay, whatever it is. Okay, so and it is scanned my. Okay, what exactly it did is that very simple, and it has done something like captured through my video camera. And if you are having a mobile and there is an app is available, Lenskart app, or now you are having a something. I'm using my desktop, and through the camera it has already done. Only thing is that it has to capture your facial, and after that it is trying to classify into certain kind of a categories. My face is something like oval, and now I am looking out for say for an example. Okay, so look out for what other different kind of things are available. So one simple thing is that now I could see that, and I have taken it has captured everything, and now I can go for it's already planted in my eyes as if you have wore the glasses. Okay, so I need not walk into any kind of a showroom where I can literally take my what is that try on different kind of things. Okay, even I can go for something like search. Okay, so I can look out for. I'm looking out for, say for an example, I'm looking out for only thing is aviator kind of a things. That will give you more in terms of all the aviator styles, and along with my face will be there. So what I can do, I just look out for, say for an example, if I like this one, I just click and I can have a different kind of information on new arrivals will be there, and I can start providing all the information, and even I will be able to find out a 360 degree, because it's another technology where I will be able to find out by rotating the product, because we may not know, because once we take everything on reality by walking into the store, and you'll have all the information, you can look around everything. So now what I can do is that I just wanted to look around in all the things like I can rotate, I'll be able to find out in all the 360 degree kind of an angle, I'll be able to find out everything. So this is the one in which where I don't have to go anywhere, and because of this kind of technology, only thing is that I can choose. And once I choose, and one more thing is that most of the times, and I have understood even from my own experience through my daughter, but daughter is very much worried, because if she wears this kind of glasses, and what exactly the kind of a responses she might get, because she's a teen and get it from the other schoolmates. Okay, that is most important. Okay, so and we would identified a couple of our friends, and what we have done is that we took the picture, we shared through the WhatsApp and tried to get some kind of feedback, and based on that we have chosen and we just bought it. So simple, and I need not walk in, and within the here, and I'll be able to do. One more constraint is that once you walk into any kind of this showroom, and you have got only limited now in internet and through the technology. Not only that, virtually I can try on through the virtual reality, and even beyond that, I'll be able to find out so many number of varieties are available. I can find out the cost. I need not depend, because sometimes the price is not clearly given by those kind of people, the sales people. Okay, so now everything is available, and if you are a strong loyal customer, you'll be having your membership, and you'll get a lot of discounts on that. So there are a lot of changes in terms of consuming or purchasing these kind of products, especially, and because of the COVID, the people started coming with a new kind of things. The same thing you can try it out in terms of your more from the your other thing called as Google app. Okay, so there is a lens called Google app. Okay, so and but before that, first thing is that you need to plant Lenskart brand name in the minds of the people, because unless you know Lenskart, you won't be able to type it down and get into this particular website. First thing is that what we do is that now for each and everything we are depending on Google. We just in the Google bar we just type it on what are the best movie models and everything, the best brands, you'll get a lot of brands. That is one thing. But apart from that, you should have something on your top of your mind that you should be able to recollect this Lenskart. So recent past, I don't know. Let me check it out in YouTube. Okay, whether that advertisement is available, and if that is the case, okay, that's a humorous advertisement. They keep on giving on during the IPL. Okay, so. Let me try, okay, because if you are able to get it, okay. If it is not, okay, because that was very humorous and something like where we are talking about. Okay, that advertisement is not available, but anyway, let me check it out. Okay, so what? It's very simple, and it's in the what is that in the cricket field. Okay, the person is gearing up instead of what is that mask. He is using abdomen guard as a mask because he was not able to differentiate, and that was the kind of a humorous advertisement. Another thing is that actually. The person who has taken the wicket, instead of celebrating the bowler because that's your colleague, and instead of that you started going and having a celebration with the batsman. Actually batsman was not in the mood because he's already out. So that kind of things are happening, and they have given the very simple tagline that you should have a clarity of vision. So that was the kind of things which has happened, and which is there in your top of mind because you are using a different promotional campaign in order to lure into come to this particular website. That was the point I was trying to say. And again, we are having another one, okay, because we'll have other thing is called as a Titan, okay. So I need to know what exactly Titan Plus is also trying to do, okay. So Titan is having a lot of other, okay, so. Titan I Plus, and so these people also have to do something like this. Okay, so where in Lenskart we have got something like 3D try-on, 3D visual. We are having something like a virtual try-on. Okay, so these people almost now everybody is having such a kind of an app is available, but slight difference will be there. Say for example, okay. So it started scanning my face, okay. So and naturally that it will take my face. Then after that we'll go to the next level. Let's see how exactly it goes next one, okay. So I think they are preparing for a face scan. Okay, so earlier they considered as an oval. Now it is something like what is that oblong that they were trying to do, and there exactly all the different kinds of pictures they have given. So now I can choose, and it will keep on, and I can go for one by one, and I can use the select the frame, and I can also take a screenshot of this. Okay, I can have a capture. Okay, I can go for full screen. Or sometimes what I will do is that I may not know how to compare this. So what I do is that I'll try to compare on these two different kind of glasses. Okay, so and I'll try to find out which one suits me well. So that that is what they are trying to do. Now they added a couple of more additional features because we need to have because earlier it is walking into that your showroom where there will be a glasses available, and after wearing all these kind of a thing you just stand before them trying to compare. Now I'm having a 4 or 5 and I can compare, I can go about in this, and the remaining things are just like your all these things. Say for an example, I can go for category, I'm looking out for the eyeglasses, I'm looking out for even fast track. It's more of a sporty kind of a things, whereas the Titan is more in terms of other kind of a things. Then I can go for what kind of a frame I will go for, rimmed, rimless. Okay, so everything I'll be able to do, and again it is looking out for men, women. There are lot many things are available. Sometimes my kid is looking out for something like a pink, on based on a couple of Korean videos. They are literally glued to them, and again we are having a price. So this is how they are trying to do. The point is very simple. Okay, so because of your new normal situation, there was a lot of disruptive technologies, and these disruptive technologies made the business practices in a totally different manner. They started utilizing the augmented reality and virtual reality in order to make you understand, make the customer to come and prefer their kind of a brands. So that was the thing that is happening. Okay, so that's what I just wanted to demonstrate everything. Instead of explaining, okay, say for an example, this is what virtual reality, augmented reality, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I'm going to demonstrate, you might be able to literally get all those kind of information by yourself. Okay, so then you can go back to theories and everything. And as a researcher, what you can do is that how the technology adoption model, probably we are talking about UTA, and again theory of planned action. Couple of theories are involved. Based on that, we can start working on these kind of consumer buying theories. Okay, but practices are most important, because when you think of doing any kind of research, the first thing is that is there any practical implications are available by doing such a kind of a research? Because whenever there is a change in any kind of environmental condition, either in the external or maybe even the way in which the consumers or the business people started innovatively thinking, naturally that the business practices, the way in which they are operating might be changing. Okay, so that is what I was trying to give all this kind of information. Hope so far are you able to follow me, right? Fine.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so another thing is that this is also my personal experience. I don't know how many people have come across. Most of the people have come across something like when you think of anything like a powered vehicle, Royal Enfield will come into the picture, and we do have one more comparison on Royal Enfield also. Okay, so Royal Enfield is also there. Okay, so fine. Okay. So now, when you think of any kind of these kind of bullets, the most important thing is that the sound literally is there and started working on subliminally in your, which means that below your conscious level, subconsciously it started working, because people most of the times it is not that rationally that they are trying to do, and they also wanted to play with more in terms of emotional. So they are working more from the emotional angle. And sometimes we need to give such a kind of cues. We call them as a stimuli. Okay, you would have come across in even in your what is that theories where we are talking about behavioral response, stimulus and response theory. Pavlov's dog. Okay, when you rang the bell and dog started salivating. Similarly, and you need to have certain kind of a stimuli. That stimuli is literally making it. Could be the design of the product. And largely what we have understood is that, especially on powered vehicles, and it started from the Royal Enfield, the sound is most important, because the sound is giving some kind of uniqueness, and that uniqueness is making people to have such a kind of, because they are being noticed by whenever they are driving such a kind of a vehicle. Okay, just keep it in your mind. And there was a competitor, Honda. Honda has got a whole range of vehicles. And earlier, they were having a tie-up with a Hero. So that's why we were having something like a Hero Honda. And long back, there was a split from, because Honda wanted to enter into India after your liberalization policies. So they wanted to run the company. But initially, there was an agreement. Hero has given the condition. And we can split, but only thing is that for the first 5 years, you are expected to sell only the scooters or the scooters, not in terms of motorcycle. So that's why we were having something like Kinetic Honda, and after that Honda Activa came into the picture. And after that, now you'll be able to see that they started with more on middle level income buyers. They started with Honda, Shine and Unicorn, couple of other kind of vehicles. Okay. But now they could see that there is a huge, because Royal Enfield, when they relaunched it, there is a huge demand among the millions. The people, especially who born after 2000, are probably after 99, probably we're talking about the 90s. And those kids are really interested in purchasing these kind of bikes, because they have got a different kind of a social life. They wanted to travel long, and they wanted to spend their weekend. Okay, so there are a lot of buying behavior that made them to go for it. Okay. So that is what the background of this. So Honda has identified that there is a huge opportunity available, because very less competition is available. So what are we supposed to do? We are expected to go for selling more from this particular angle. Okay, so they introduced, and now they have come up with a separate showroom. Okay, this you won't be able to find out these kind of powered vehicles in an existing Honda showroom. They have come up with something like a Honda Big Wing. Okay, so they are talking about big powered vehicle, and they have got a separate. In Tamil Nadu, they have got only 5 different kind of retail outlets. Okay, so say for an example, they have got it in Tirunelveli, Chennai, Coimbatore, Erode, and Tirupur. These are the only 5 places in which they are at present they are having it. But they started as coming with there is something called Honda Highness, and they also come up with other kind of product called sportive version of the Honda. It is having something like 350cc to goes up to something like your something like 1000, more than 1000 cc. But at present, as of now, they are working on between 350 to 500 cc, trying to give a tough challenges for the Royal Enfield. That was. But once they launched it, but they found out because the new normal situation, but they need to provide such a kind of an information to the target audience, because they won't be able to walk in, do some kind of a test drive, and even though there are facilities are available, but you want to create a huge impact in the minds of the people. So what they have done is that they have come up once again all this augmented and virtual reality. So they created a virtual showroom. Okay, so I can walk into the showroom. I'll be able to find out all these kind of information about whatever is available as if in the showroom. So if you want to walk into showroom, what you can do, you'll be able to find out the same thing. I'll be able to find out. Okay, so I can find out 360-degree angle and everything. And more than that, okay, so, and I just wanted to have a 360-degree experience. What exactly I'm supposed to do? Okay, so, and I can see the product in all different kind of an angle, because the look is most important initially. And only after that, we are looking out for the sound. Okay, so once you go through the review of this particular product or any kind of a product comparison, because only 4 powered brands are literally having this impact. One is on Java, Royal Enfield, Honda Highness, and Benelli. These are the 4 different kind of brands which are really doing well. And if you can say that Autocar and a couple of other kind of magazines in YouTube, they give us some kind of a comparison. So there are a lot of parameters. Let's see that I have got something like Honda Highness, and I can even change the color. I'll be able to find out and everything, and I'll be able to do it on find out from top angle. Okay, so I can see it from what exactly my petrol tank would look like, what kind of a color. And if I look out, let's say for an example, if I'm going to sit in this place, and what exactly how it looks like. Okay, so, and I'm talking about right, front, back, and everything. I'll be able to easily find out on the back side what are the things are available, and what kind of things, and everything will be able to find out. Even on the color, I'll be able to change, and I'll be able to find out. It's a dual tone. And we are talking about this one is more from the army kind of things. I'll be able to find out. Okay, so this is what I was trying to say. And apart from that, as I told you that I just wanted to know more. Okay, the most important part is that the sound. So you can see that please wear your headphones for 80 surround. I don't know what kind of audio system you're having. Okay, so if you're going to wear and try to listen to this, and you'll get the exact, because when you started moving, and when you're going to shift a brake, or probably you're going at the what is that an NH for the long, and then what exactly the kind of sound it will be creating, because that itself is working larger in impact on the mind. So most of the people wanted to know, I don't have to walk into the showroom. I need to test drive and listen. Even if you're going to test drive, sometimes if you're going at 80 kilometers or the 100 kilometers per hour, you won't be able to even listen, and because you're also wearing your helmet and everything. So those, it won't be possible, and I can easily book now, and I'll be able to get all the specification I'll be able to do. and what are the riding gears that they are trying to provide along with this, because that is what we are trying to focus more on this. And once you get into Royal Enfield, okay, so now see, the variants are more because these Royal Enfield is there in the market for the long period of time, and they are giving a lot of personalization. Even I can personally design whether can I put something like my name in the jacket, or my name in the top of my bullet, or probably in the back side of my bullet. Okay, so and even on a couple of other things I'll be able to find out. Okay, so that is what they're trying to give lot of information, and you can find out all those tasks, genuine parts, and everything I'll be able to do. Okay, so and whatever and the 3D visual and everything that you're trying to do, you'll be able to find out. Okay, so I can find out what exactly I'm looking out for and everything, and but not more from virtual try-on and everything, and they are working on that, and you'll be getting a lot of information. I just wanted to give only the tip of the iceberg on this, so that you'll be able to understand all this kind of information. Okay, fine. Okay, so the next level that I was trying to talk about is on this. Okay, so there is something where you have got Google, where you can talk to the Google, or probably you have having Apple, you can talk to the Apple, and it is more from user friendly. Okay, so you can type it down, or sometimes if you are activated with the voice, okay, so you can also talk to the computer, and where it will get translated and it will start talking to you. This is called chatbots. Okay, so chatbots are another level, because most of the times we are probably running like anything, and we always wanted to have a quickest possible information whenever you look at any kind of a website. So we are not having any kind of a patience. That is what I was really wanted to say. So what we're trying to do is that I just wanted to know what exactly the uniqueness of this and whatever it is. And every website is coming with this kind of a chatbot. I have opened up Make My Trip. Okay, so there also you'll be able to find out, and especially if you're having something like that, I need to check in, so that you'll be able to find out. Again, in here you are trying to find out, say for an example. Okay, so I'm just typing it out. It started interacting with me. Okay, how can I help you, Tamari, today? I'm looking out for the products. Okay, so and what sort of a products? I'm looking out for CB 350. And I'm looking out for, say for an example, I'm looking out for the colors, and it started giving colors and as well as the pictures and everything, any other query, and I can go about this, and I'm looking out for the price, and I'll be able to get. So the thing is that I need not go through something like the whole information, because people are having a different ways in which where they are glancing the whole website. Okay, so now the chatbots are literally taking, and why it is in the sense that it is also trying to collect as much as information from possible, because through the cookies, and I'm also giving my information, they're also taking away my cell phone number, and if through the cookies they'll be able to find out my location, and through the locations they'll be able to literally find out how many number of they have already sold, whether it's from the referral or maybe, and what sort of people are they. They are collecting background information, which demographic information, buyer behavior information. All those things are literally making them to go for understanding. There are three different larger categories are available. One thing is that there is a human who is sitting on the other side, is started giving information, and it is a mix of human, because there are a lot of sanitized, frequently answered questions will be there, and father will be giving. And third one is we are having something like chatbots, artificial chatbots, okay, artificial intelligence chatbots. What exactly it does is that it is using something like a machine learning. Okay, so and it started having a learning based on the interaction with a couple of people. They already developed a model, and based on this machine learning model, and when I even just collecting a basic information from where I'm coming, what exactly I do, and if I'm having something like my mobile phone, and if you are having any, if you are using this website through the mobile phone, they'll collect as much as information through the Google and try to find out what sort of a buyer is all about, and based on that, it is directly hitting on which is the most unique selling proportion that I can place it over there, so that you'll be able to come and purchase this kind of a product. Okay, this is another one. and this is much more important in many other categories. Okay. Hope are you able to follow me, because I started giving 1, 2, 3 different kind of technologies that are literally taking away, making the customers changing, especially during probably just immediately after the COVID or probably the new normal situations. Are you able to follow me so far? Fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. How much time I'm having so that I'll go to the next one?
So you have 5 more minutes, sir. You can continue, sir.
Fine. Okay. So if that is the case, I'll just touch upon digital marketing. Okay, I'll provide one case study on digital marketing so that you'll have this information. Okay, this is the way in which how even the traditional companies are embracing on new modernity. Okay, so you'll be able to really appreciate it. Okay, so let me try. Okay, that one. Okay, so actually Dabur is a traditional company and basically Ayurvedic kind of a company selling a hair oil, marketing a hair oil. But in the early part of things, when you think of an hair oil, and you need to identify celebrities where they are having a long hair and you try to portray. Now you can see that a senior actress and a couple of people were there. But now the way in which the customers are having access to the media is totally different. So the people, the Dabur wanted to have a totally different, because from traditional they want to embrace modernity, because even their target audience women are literally consuming the digital. And earlier, if I'm going to give an advertisement in television commercial, that is being watched by more number of people. But the problem is that we don't know who exactly your target audience. There is no two-way communication between the customer as well as the what is that company. But where if you are looking at the digital, now there is always a two-way communication is possible. So how exactly they have done, I'll tell you. There is a 4 minutes campaign is available. Go through that. I'll take 2-3 minutes extra so that I'll wrap it up. Okay, fine. Then I'll also tell you how exactly they have done. Okay, so this is what they have done. So what they have done is that they have come up with a 4 minutes compelling story, more emotional, and it works below your subconscious level. And it also created the next level. We call them as a brand laddering. Okay, so you'll be able to find out. Okay. See, think of a company where they are selling a hair oil, they are giving an advertisement, and that to 4 minutes. This advertisements won't be able to follow it on a television because for 6 or 10 seconds they are charging huge amount of money. So, but they wanted to hit on directly hit on the people who are literally using it, but at the same time they wanted to go to the next level of a brand image. So we call it as a brand laddering. They are giving some kind of an emotional, and that is what they have done. And now we can see that because of the advertisement. See, now they were able to find out what exactly they have done. Okay, so there was an increase. They were able to find out what exactly impact, who is watching how many number of they are watching, what exactly their reaction, what exactly their emotion, how they are forwarding, because you've got an option to share these kind of things with other. Now you can see that everything is very positive and there is a huge, and you can find out 18 to 24 audience awareness lift is 11% because they will be able to find out who exactly watched, what exactly their demographic data, and everything they'll be able to find out. And again, they'll be able to find out in terms of audience, are they able to recall how many number of people have watched and so many number of other things. And more than important thing is that the reactions. Okay, so what exactly their reactions? Sometimes they are actually literally crying, they are giving a lot of information. So when they think about purchasing any kind of an hair oil, and the hour will come into the top of their mind. Okay, so now they are specifically targeting on this kind of an advertisement. So I have given one more technology, how the digital marketing is literally playing in the minds of the people, and because of that, consumers as well as the company started doing a different kind of practices. Okay, with that, I'm just completing, and sorry I've taken a relatively little bit extra time, and thank you for the opportunity. Anything you want to ask, you can ask me, otherwise we'll wind up. Ma'am, are you there? Did you get the audio? Fine?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. I think I'm given only the time limit is over, and only you people have to say that should I stay back, or is there any questions? I'll take it up, otherwise I'll just move on to the next one. No organizers are there?
Students, if there's any questions, please raise your hands. You can raise your hands for questions, children. Any questions, students?
Fine, let me start starting, and if anything you wanted to give information, you can give it to me, otherwise I'll just sign it up. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Sir, this was a very excellent session, sir. It was a live classroom experience that we had with Dr. Thamari Selvan, sir. Kudos to you. And we are very grateful and thankful to you for spending your valuable time with us in this morning session. Thank you so much.
Thank
I would like to introduce the next guest of the day also. Sir, Dr. Thamari Selvan sir had completed his session as of now. Thanks for joining us.
Ma'am, I think I can sign it up, right? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Get the fast pupils use.
Now, I would like to call upon Keshav of second year MBA, student coordinator, to welcome our guest of honor, Lakshmi Narayanan ji.
Good day all. Lakshmi Narayanan ji is the Chief Strategy Officer of Vega HR and a Global Delivery Head of Polestar Solution. He is an experienced management consultant with extensive experience in providing AI and analytics consulting to many Fortune 500 companies over the last 15 years. He has played leadership roles in various firms such as PwC and Deloitte. He is also a management graduate from IIM Lucknow with a postgraduate diploma in AI machine learning from IIT Bangalore. He is also a visiting faculty in IIM Lucknow and IIM Kolkata, engaged in teaching modern day tools and techniques for students. He is also an avid speaker at different industry forums and a regular guide to several MSMEs. On behalf of our Director Ma'am Dr. U. Amaleshwari and all the other faculty members, we take immense pleasure in welcoming you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invite. The stage is all yours.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible to all of you?
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir, you are very much audible.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm quickly sharing my screen. Let me know when you're able to see that. Just a second. System has crashed. Okay, good.
Unamaleshweta sir has joined. Sir, welcome, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just facing some issues. I think the app is crashing now. I can see that. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're audible.
Yeah, but my screen is hung for a second. Just give me a second. I'll kill the application, reopen it, and come back.
Please, sir.
Yeah. Yes, I'm back. I'm sorry. My Google Meet app crashed a bit the moment I started sharing my screen. Can you see my screen and am I loud and clear to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So good morning, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to connect with all of you as part of this conference. And thank you, thank you, ma'am, Kamala ma'am, for giving this opportunity. So in fact, this is one topic which is very closer to my heart, talking about digital and the impact of it in every domain. In fact, Tamarai Selvan sir was beautifully articulating and presenting about how the COVID has slightly changed the way that we are functioning. The marketing function, especially, spoke about digital marketing and other case studies. So that would have given you a good overview of how things have changed in the marketing space in that direction. Let me give you a bit of overview about HR, how digital has changed the HR, and if you are aspiring to be in the HR space, so what kind of skills you may need to acquire to be successful in this modern day post-COVID world. That's what we are going to discuss in the next few minutes. So I'm going to touch upon two broad aspects of the topics. One, the changes that we are seeing in the market with respect to human resources as a function, and the role of technology that is happening in the market, especially with respect to HR domain, how it is playing a role. I'm sure, I think most of the speakers would have touched upon technology as such. The reason is technology has been the biggest winner of this post-COVID world. I'm sure all of you recognize that. And yeah, definitely you cannot ignore the fact that you have been attending online classes over the last 1 year. Maybe 2 years back, 3 years back, had we told you that there will be online classes, you need not come to college, nobody would have expected that, right? We all would have laughed at it as a joke, and we would not have believed that. But today, look at it. Today, online classes have become a very, very norm. I'm sitting in Bangalore and I'm talking to you, you all sitting in Chennai. Today, thanks to the COVID, thanks to the technology, anyone from anywhere across the world can talk to you, can address you, can share some insights about different functions, different practices that are followed in the industry. So COVID, is it good or bad for us? What do you think? Though it has created a lot of hassles, of course, we lost some of our loved ones in the family. I think most of us would have been affected by COVID in this way, no doubt about it. But if you notice, it has brought in a lot of changes in the way we perceive world, in the way we see things, and especially remote working. That's something we never believed that it can happen in India, right? So when I was in Deloitte a couple of years back, especially before the COVID, when I used to talk to my clients, the clients always used to say that, Lakshmi, can you get your team here? We want the team to work with us. Co-location was something which my clients used to tell me strongly, that everyone has to be in office. They have to sit with us. They have to be in one common room to discuss, debate, and execute the projects. But today, all of us are working in different places. The offices have not reopened completely. Most of us are working from home, and everyone accepts the fact that, yes, this is going to continue. Nobody knows when it is going to end. In fact, today, when we are doing the hiring, the first condition which the new employees, new lateral hires who are coming to the company, the first condition which they put across is, are you going to give remote work from home permanently? Because that company is giving me this offer, even though it is slightly lesser, the package, but they are giving me permanent work from home. Can you give me a permanent work from home? If you can promise me that, I will take your offer. That's what is the condition the employees are putting across when they are trying to join a new firm. So a lot of things have changed in the last 2 years. The mental inhibitions which we used to carry, that things can be productive only when we sit in one room, or things can be productive only when we come together and work together and then deliver together. All these mental inhibitions have blocked. The concept of micromanagement, which used to exist a lot with the bosses coming around and checking out what we are doing, that has disappeared now. I wouldn't say maybe not disappeared, but the form, the avatar of that has changed now. Maybe I'll touch upon it, how the technology is playing a role in that direction. So remote working, is it good or bad for the HR? We are yet to know. We are yet to confirm to that practice. Nobody can say that at this point of time. But these are interesting times. Good challenges are being faced by the HR now to retain the employees, to hire the right talent, to stop the talent from leaving. So all these things, there are a lot of practices put in place now. and people are trying to achieve the best possible workplace. When every house has become an office place now, HRs, they're also trying their level best to create a most productive environment for the employees. So I'm going to touch upon broad 3 topics, the 3 major domains of HR, and also talk to you about the changes that have happened and how technology is playing a role in that change. Recruitment. Have you noticed the changes? How is the placement happening for you? Remote or is it happening in campus?
Sir, it's in campus.
It's in campus. Okay, good. So soon you are going to see a lot of changes because as we say, the cat has tasted the milk, or the lion has tasted, the tiger has tasted the blood, we call it as, right? So that has happened now, in fact. The reason I'm telling you this is over the last 1.5 years, initially when the COVID happened, a lot of people were apprehending that it is not good for the corporate world. So they took a strong reservation on how things are going to be. They wanted to wait and watch. So a lot of companies stopped hiring. In fact, some companies jumped into the point that, okay, there's going to be less demand in the market. So let's cut down. Let's allow the employees to leave the organization. There were firings and other things that happened in the initial days of COVID. But I'm sure all of you are reading the news. Last 6 months, if you see, we are living in a great resignation era. That is, a lot of people are putting down the papers from the organization by themselves, and they are getting new offers in the market. Every company has started to hire big time, and they are ready to pay big time because there is huge demand supply gap in the market today. And now every company is struggling on how to get the right talent, the best talent at the right time, people who are immediately available for the job. In fact, this morning I was speaking to a couple of placement officers to find out whether I can get some analytics resources who can join immediately in January. I'll absorb them as interns, and if everything works out, I will absorb them as full-time employees if their performance is good in the internship. So the proper channel of recruitment, which used to happen as an off-campus one-day affair. Now, I used to be the placement committee member in my college in GCT Coimbatore. So I still remember how the off-campus placements used to happen. That is coming to the campus and then recruiting the on-campus as well as off-campus. But today, most of the companies are moving to this virtual mode. Last 1.5 years, I myself would have conducted around 200-300 interviews, and everything happened virtually. Through Google Meet, Zoom, WebEx, choose the platform, just like you are attending the online classes. That's one more meeting that you attend for the company's interview. And in fact, I'll be honest with you, companies have started bringing in the power of technology here to find out who could be the possible best candidate. So look at the offline recruitment process that happens. How does it happen? Companies come, they make a presentation. Once the presentation is done, maybe most probably the aptitude test will be there. You clear the aptitude test, then GD is there, then interview happens, and then you are selected, isn't it? Now, companies want to hire as many people as possible and from the whole lot of market that is available. In fact, 2 changes have happened. One, the automation of the placement process. In fact, today, there are platforms. In fact, we are working on a product, what we call it as Vega HR C2C, Vega C2C, campus to corporate, where we are automating the campus placement process, where we try to bring across the power of AI and machine learning, where students just have to fill the application form based on the details that they have filled in, the JDs that have been provided by the company. We try to do the matchmaking. Which candidate would be suitable for which kind of jobs? With the help of data and machine learning, we are able to identify that match. And we give aptitude tests to the students to assess what kind of skills, what talent that you have, what kind of behavior you exhibit, depending on the neuroscience-based schemes. So we are bringing in all these aspects to assess your skills, to assess your talent, and then we are trying to see how this whole thing can help organizations to choose the right talent. Because the problem is still there. The best people are not available any day. You will realize it slowly. All the companies are looking for the right talent. Go to any portal, job portal, Naukri, Indeed, anyone. You'll always see that there are job opportunities everywhere in the companies. The problem is the availability of the right talent and the selection of the right talent. Today, one job in LinkedIn, if somebody posts it, there are 500,000 applications for that one job. That doesn't mean that there is a lot of competition for the job. The problem there is everyone applies for every job. then how is the company going to evaluate who is the right fit for this job? That's where the power of technology comes in. So with a bit of assessments on skills, talent, behavior, we are able to identify who is the right person for the right job. So companies have started picking up technology to solve this particular problem. And second important thing, why should I visit every campus if I can sit in my office room and I can conduct a virtual drive for 10, 15 campuses together at one shot? The technology can enable it, right? I still remember 2005 when I was a placement committee member in GCT. I used to run the Anna University mass campus placement programs for Coimbatore region. So Anna University professors used to come, the placement team used to come. We used to organize it for all the colleges in Coimbatore. Now, nobody needs to travel anywhere. That was the situation, right? Nobody can travel anywhere. So now nobody needs to travel anywhere. Today, at the click of a button, I can post the JD in the platform. People can apply to that. They can practice themselves with assessments, courses, certifications, and everything in the platform. And once they apply, if the system automatically runs an algorithm to check out whether the applicant is a right fit for the job or not. That's how things have changed. So recruitment is going through a bigger change. In fact, there is a good news and a bad news. The good news is that you need not move anywhere. You can apply to multiple companies sitting in one place. You need not worry whether some company is coming to my campus or not, because there are so many companies interested in this kind of a model today. The other one is, there is nothing called as a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 kind of colleges. That kind of a structure is slowly breaking down. With the kind of hiring that is happening, this demand-supply gap that exists, today companies want to talk to as many students as possible. Just that they do not want to do it by themselves. They do not want their employees to spend time on that. They need automated processes. They need technological-driven models which can do that for them by opening up the funnel. The full recruitment funnel, they would like to open it for all the students across the country, and they want to test it out. Anyone who is a fit. You need not, let's say, for example, I'm adding for analytics job, data science job. Usually the preferences, somebody with statistical background or engineering background would be the natural choice. Today, the companies are open to hire BBA, BCom, anyone. As long as you're able to clear the automated test processes that we have put in across, you have done some courses, certifications which are relevant to it, I am ready to hire you as a fresher into this particular space. That's how the companies have started thinking. This change is actually good for the country because the kind of opportunities that open up across spectrum, that's something which is going to make a big mark in the market today. So recruiting efficiency is definitely improving. Cost is reducing, isn't it? Sitting in one place, if I can conduct 15 drives without traveling to different places, obviously the travel cost, the time cost, everything is getting reduced. And automation always brings that efficiency purpose, right? Well, say at one shot over a weekend, I can conduct a drive for 4,000, 5,000 students across different campuses and get the best 100, 150 for my organization. If I can do that, why should I visit the campus and do it? So that's another important change that you're seeing in the market. So quality and the quantity of the applicants, both are changing now. In fact, I will say honestly, the organizations today have started reaching every nook and corner of the country. So initially it used to be like, okay, I am a Noida-based company, so let me target only Delhi NCR region or Lucknow or something, or I am a Chennai-based company, let me look only in Chennai, Coimbatore or Trichy or Madurai. That's how it used to be. Today, remote working has opened up the options. You can be anywhere across the country as long as I'm able to find the right talent at the right cost, I'm able to hire them. So the quality of applicants have improved, quantity of applicants the companies want to improve, and this is becoming an easy navigating factor for us. So I hope you're able to understand the change that has happened in this. Of course, from your end also, you can conveniently apply to different companies, isn't it? In a single day, you can take 10, 15 interviews, which generally cannot happen when you're doing it in a normal setup, a campus recruitment setup, isn't it? So potential applicants can take advantage of the web-based support for the recruitment cycle. You can train yourself, you can prepare yourself better for aptitude tests, GDs, interviews with all the content that is available in the online world, and apply and get your interviews done over a weekend. That's how things have changed in the recent times. So recruitment, you have understood how things have changed. Let me slowly get onto the topic of learning and development, a topic which we should be concerned about, right? Because as students, we have to be ready for the market, isn't it? You all have a lot of knowledge. I will never debate on that. But do you have the necessary skills for the market? That's where the question comes up. Can anyone tell me what is the difference between knowledge and a skill? Anyone? Knowledge is something that you gain in the classroom, from textbooks, from your professor's teaching, everything that you do inside the classroom, that's what you gain as knowledge. But only when you apply it, it becomes skill. Correct? So skill is what the market is looking for. Knowledge is what you gain in the classrooms. So how are you going to bridge the gap between knowledge and skill, between the classroom and the job market? So that's where learning and development on top of it comes up. HRs look at it as learning and development as a way to upskill the employees who are joining the organization to get them accustomed to the culture and stuff. So today, all of us are under pressure to gain new skills. Pandemic has forced job layoffs, salary reductions in different companies in the initial stage. In fact, in the beginning stages of the COVID, lot of students, lot of employees have started taking cross certifications. They started getting themselves trained in cross skills. In fact, if you notice, I don't know how many of you have seen this pattern. Students who are in the college doing the UG, they have started doing the PG program, diploma program through upgrade, DWARAKA, great learning kind of setups. They have started consciously investing in gaining some niche skills to get ready for the market. So companies are also looking at the right way to upskill the employees, to keep them motivated, to keep them ready for the new challenges that are coming up post-COVID world. Okay, and digital transformation. I don't know whether you understand this word. Digital transformation is something which is happening in the market, which is a buzzword in the market. If you're not aware of it, please read about it. Read at least the Wikipedia page of it. What is digital transformation? Every company is adopting digital transformation today. Whether you accept it or not, the 90s kids, 2000 kids were all part of the IT revolution. You are all part of the digital revolution that is happening now. Digital, when I say, we are talking about technological skills like artificial intelligence, machine learning, analytics, big data. Then we have cloud, mobility, IoT. These are all some of the digital technologies that I'm talking about. These technologies are making a big difference in the market today. Now, have you picked up those skills? Irrespective of the domain that you're applying for, you can aspire to be a finance professional, marketing professional, HR professional, anything. It doesn't matter. Today, the norm of the day is you pick up a domain, you pick up a technology associated with it. It can be blockchain, it can be IoT, depending on what specialization you are doing in your course. But please take domain plus technology as a skill, because HRs today, they want skilled employees to join the market directly. In fact, this morning, as I told you, when I was speaking to the placement officers, I was specifically looking for Power BI or Tableau trained resources. People who have learned these skills in the class, I would like to hire them. I would like to take them as interns. If they are able to perform well in the job for 3 months, I'm ready to absorb them at a premium. So that's what I told the placement officers of some of the B schools in Chennai. So same thing you should be ready for. Be ready with the right skills so that you get the right jobs in the market. And training costs today, a lot of companies have reduced their training costs because thanks to the e-learning. Initially, they used to spend a lot for offline training programs. They used to get a hotel arranged and get all the employees, put them in a conference room, train them for a day. The effort was very, very high. Now everyone has got access to Coursera, Udemy, correct? I'm sure all of you would have got free access during the COVID times, right? The Coursera, Udemy, some kind of a platform. Now everyone is reducing their training cost by getting the technological platforms available for them, and that is actually helping them. So that's another thing that has happened. And third and the last area which I want to touch upon is performance management. This is the funny part. This is where most of the changes are happening, because India as a country, or anyone in this world, has not got used to this remote working, right? Remote working was an exception. Okay, when somebody goes on a long break, when somebody has met with an accident or going for a maternity break or something, we used to request the employees to do some support from the remote area. But today, it has become a norm. 90% of the employees are not in office, then how are you going to address the performance? Are they working or not? That is a big question, right? That will always be there in the minds of the bosses, right? Let's say, for example, your professor will always be concerned whether you are attentive or not. Me taking this lecture, I will always be concerned whether somebody is listening to me or not, because most of the cameras are off, right? When I'm not able to see you, when I'm not able to hear you, I'm not sure whether somebody is paying attention to me, correct? The same thing happens in the corporate world. How the companies are trying to measure the performance in the post-COVID world. This is where a lot of changes have happened. In fact, matured companies like TCS, CTS, they brought in some kind of tools to understand what employees are doing, how much time they are sitting in front of the laptop, what kind of work they are doing. They brought in some kind of a punch-in system in the virtual world to measure how employees are performing in the direction. But larger companies also have realized that, boss, it doesn't matter where they are. Let's not put in processes. Initially, the focus was more on process. Okay, the means of doing it. But today, the focus is more on outcomes. You be wherever you are. I'll give you the task. Can you do the task for me, and can you complete it by end of day? It doesn't matter how many hours you work, whether you work continuously for 4 hours or take a break and then do it. We understand that you're also working at home. You have your own household work, everything for both. Everyone has started doing work today, right, at home. So focused on outcomes today, liberty is given to the employees for them to try it out. So remote working has given this confidence. This has happened today. So now employees are measured, their performance is measured based on outcomes than on the processes. So that's something which has happened. And how do you measure the performance? Obviously, the question is more data we have to collect, right? This is something which has created some wonders today, because the kind of data we used to collect about performance measurement earlier and the kind of data that we are collecting today, it is very, very different. In fact, today, thanks to the online world where everything can be tracked, your virtual clocking in, clocking out, how much time you are in front of the laptop, how much time you are using your applications that are meant for productivity. Are you checking your emails? Are you chatting? Which kind of websites are you visiting? I'd be able to track every one of these as an HR. But is it still happening? That's a call which companies are taking. But thanks to the technology today, technology has enabled the HRs to track everything. In fact, there is a funny joke my boss used to say before COVID. The apps that each company provides for you to use for filling timesheets and other things actually has access to the GPS. This was 3-4 years. As consultants, when we used to work, my boss used to say that if you are working remotely from home, let's say, for example, I am from Trichy, Tamil Nadu. So instead of being in Bangalore, if I'm in Trichy and I continue to work, my boss will get to know from the GPS location of the app, of the mobile. So through the app, the message can be tracked. This used to be a lighter joke because we understand technology at that point of time, but today it has become a reality. And in fact, some data, they're using it efficiently also. Like if somebody is sitting in front of the laptop continuously taking meetings for 6 to 8 hours, let's say. Tamarai Selvan sir was talking about bot, right? Like in Wonda.com, when you visited the site, when you are checking for the missions, which bike you want to buy, colors and everything. Similar bot can be put across by the HR in your laptop, which will pop up and have a chat with you. Like it will ask you, like, for example, hey Ramya, what are you doing? I think you're attending meetings continuously. So would you like to take a break? Would you like to take a sip of water? So HRs have put across bots to track and then to use that data for the emotional well-being of the employees. So mental health state is being tracked upon. That's something which is a significant difference, because everyone understands that we are all feeling stressful. In fact, 2-3 years back, we all used to discuss a topic of work-life balance. Today, it is something which is not debated, if you have noticed. You're only talking about stress management. You're not talking about work-life balance because everyone is working remotely, everything has gone for a toss. So how do you manage the stress and the mental illness of the wellness of the employee? That's something which is being looked upon. So with the availability of the real-time data from your laptop, from what you do, from different apps that are put across, actually managers get to know more about your performance. Managers can provide more timely feedback about your performance. In fact, what used to be an annual review, today it is becoming a continuous process. Regular check-ins between the employee and the manager, regular feedback collected, and with the help of the regular feedback, a lot of things are being acted on. So that's something which is a change that has happened during the COVID period. And importantly, the dehumanization of employees is also something which is a focus. The work-related stress that has happened during the COVID times has dehumanized a lot of employees. Organizations are trying to come up with initiatives. In fact, the last year when COVID started in May, June, I was part of the leadership connect in Deloitte to discuss about what kind of initiatives we can launch to talk to the employees, find out whether they are good. On one side, COVID was troubling everyone. And on the other side, the work was also running with people, family affected, how people are coping up. All these things we were debating. We used to make calls to the employees to just check, are you okay? Even a simple question like, are you okay? When the leader asked to the employee, it was making a big difference. So we consciously made effort to humanize the whole employee experience during the COVID times, which started as an exception. Today, it is becoming a normality. Today, companies are tracking two sets of data about every employee. One, what is their base location, which office they belong to. Two, where are they currently? Three, their complete address, which used to be tracked very well from the past. Today, companies are sending so many gifts to keep the employees motivated. I can share my own experience in my company, Polestar Vega. I received 6 gifts in a span of 4 weeks after I joined, because companies are going that extra mile to engage with the employees, to keep them motivated, to keep them engaged, to make them realize that, look, boss, you are important to us. So more HR initiatives are being planned to keep the workforce engaged. And the role of employer, the role of HR in the organization, the role of employer as a company for an employee is also changing. Initially, the companies were not very much concerned about the physical and the mental well-being of the employees. They just used to give the insurance and everything else they did not worry about, most of the companies. But today, employees have started evaluating the company based on how they are handling the employees' financial, physical, and mental well-being. So the role of the employee has changed. So obviously the HR, who are the guardians of the culture in this one, their role is also changing. So they are trying to bring across the power of technology to manage this. So this is what I wanted to share across and give you a perspective of what is happening in the market with respect to the HR space, how things have changed, and how the power of technology is being leveraged today to help the HR be more friendly to the employees, engage more friendly, and to create a very happy workforce. That's how the organizations are evolving. So if you're interested in the space, please be aware of this, start upskilling yourself in this direction, and be ready for the market. So any questions, if you have, feel free to ask now. I will be happy to answer it for you. Do you have any questions? And by the way, just one quick tip as a mentor to all of you, not as a corporate employee. Maybe I would suggest you, how many of you are active in LinkedIn? Are you all active in LinkedIn? Do you use LinkedIn like Instagram?
Yes, sir. We are active on LinkedIn.
Very good. So you should start using LinkedIn like Instagram, like every day post something, one post at least, write a blog every week. The reason I'm telling you this is HRs are becoming more social now, and most of the job recruitments are happening through LinkedIn. So soon, because they get a lot of data insights from LinkedIn, which is helping the employers to judge your behavior, your skills very clearly. So please have a very strong LinkedIn profile, keep them updated. Okay, so this is very much important for you to showcase that you are ready for the market. So let's say, for example, two candidates are applying for the job. One has an active LinkedIn profile versus other who doesn't have a proper LinkedIn profile with no photo updated, with no profile updated. So obviously the one with LinkedIn strong profile is the one the company would opt. So please be that person and be successful in the market. That's what is going to help you in the long run. This is called personal branding to begin with. So please focus on that.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yes.
My question is, whatever you suggested is very good for a job seeker. Let's say, for example, I am an academician and I am in a government job. Okay. And as such, I really don't have any plans of moving to another government job or to the corporate world. So how does LinkedIn help in personal branding for a person like me?
Okay, very good, ma'am. Very good question. In fact, maybe I'll start with a simple use case, ma'am. I'll take my own professor as an example. I studied in two government colleges. One GCT Coimbatore, the other one is IIM Lucknow. In IIM Lucknow, I used to have a professor, Mr. Himanshu Rai, an HR professional who is well known for HR practices. He is a kind of an expert in the market. But as a student, know him very well. I know what his capabilities are. But if you just search for Himanshu Rai, IIM Indore, he is the director of IIM Indore today. He was a professor in IIM Lucknow, government employee, professor. But the way he carries himself, I would say that he's an icon for me when it comes to personal branding. The things that he does, you know very well, Bharati ma'am, like today, all of us have this kind of, we have to create an identity for ourselves, right? From the student to the employee to the professor to everyone. And LinkedIn is a platform where people come to gain knowledge. It is just not only for networking. Networking is a means to gain knowledge. Networking is a means to connect to more people to understand what they are doing in the market. What kind of things I can learn, skills, the job, or anything that the information which people carry, they can share it and I can learn from that information. That's what is the goal of 99% of the people in LinkedIn, be it students, be it employees. So, Bharati ma'am, if you are a professor in a government setup, in fact, you have the wealth of knowledge which you can share with a lot of people. In fact, I'll tell you one more example, ma'am. IIT Madras also the professor, I think, and I am Trichy professors, I keep following them. They all post a lot of content in LinkedIn talking about the topics they are aware of. They teach, they put it across, and that has given them umpteen number of opportunities to do other things. In fact, some have been invited to write articles in newspapers. That is another benefit. This may not be a job, but this definitely improves the branding in the market. Some have been invited for different college events. In fact, I'll be honest here. I attend at least 3 or 4 college events every week, because I have an active LinkedIn profile and I share a lot of things there. When more students read it, when more students follow it, through the students, the college administration pick the profile and they invite me. So LinkedIn is a wonderful platform, ma'am. It is like, it is up to us on how to use it, how to take it across. So my suggestion is, ma'am, Himanshu Rai, just search for it. IIM Indore director, ma'am. If you just follow him, you will get good number of ideas on how a government college professor can use LinkedIn as a platform to move to the next level of things, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I'll take a look. Thank you a lot.
Definitely, ma'am. No worries, ma'am. In fact, I'll be honest here. I think most of us are from Tamil Nadu here, I guess, in this platform. One thing which I have realized, till my engineering, till I completed 4 years in TCS, and then only when I started getting into MBA, I started moving north. I studied in Lucknow, I worked in Mumbai, Kolkata, Delhi, everywhere, and then I came back to Chennai. One thing what I've realized is, as people from Tamil Nadu, we are slightly not good at marketing ourselves. We are not good in showcasing what we are really good at, our skills, our expertise. It's for everyone, actually, including me. People who know do not speak. People who do not know speak a lot. That's a usual thing. And we try to be very humble when it comes to showcasing what we know. In fact, sharing what we know to help others is a different perspective of the same problem. In fact, that's where we need to slightly be more proactive in all of us. We have to be more proactive in doing that. so that we can connect with more people, help more people, reach more people, and in the process, build our own brand in the market for a specific niche area which we would like to be recognized for. Choose your area. This is for everyone. Choose your area. I have chosen 2 areas in my life to showcase myself as a person of expertise in that area. One is artificial intelligence and digital marketing. If you follow me in LinkedIn, you will find more content about this if you check all my posts. I would request all of you to choose one area for yourself. It can be HR, finance, marketing, engineering. It can be anything. But choose one area, consistently write on that topic and showcase, and that will project you as an expert over a period of time. Because you're also learning, there'll be a lot of discussions you'll be part of, and it's a typical branding exercise that you do consciously using such free platforms that are available. Good. Any other questions?
Thank you so much, sir. It was very insightful. Thank you so much.
No worries, Raki. Thank you very much. So I have given my LinkedIn ID. If you just search for IAM consultant, linkedin.com/IN/IAM consultant, you will find me. Any questions, any doubts you may have beyond this forum also, you can feel free to connect with me. I can help you out. Any career discussions or anything you would like to have, you can always have it with me through that platform. Thank you very much for all your time. Thank you, Komala ma'am, for the opportunity. Komal ma'am, sorry, for the opportunity. Looking forward to more such interactions with all of you in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Contributions to human resource and other streams. Hire people who are better than you are. Then leave them to get on with it. Look for people who will aim for the remarkable, who will not settle for the routine. Now we will move to the technical session, day 2.
Now I request Bharati A, article ID ICRBP 002 to present.
Thank you, ma'am. I will share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to DG VAISHNAV College for organizing this international conference in spite of disruptions after disruptions, I would say. Thanks for the previous speaker also. It was a wonderful talk given by your guest speaker. Now let me move on to my paper. My paper is called Homophily Predicting Online Interpersonal Influence. So basically what we mean by homophily is people who love the same, or I would say that birds of a feather flock together, and marketers really need to understand this. And this is what homophily is all about. And in this digital era, we see that homophily among members of online communities and its persuasive power to influence members of online communities cannot be underestimated. Just now, we also had our guest speaker who was talking about the power of LinkedIn, right? And the need for us to be present on social media sites like LinkedIn, and how it can help one to develop our career and the like. So in this regard, I see that homophily has a significant impact on the value we get from social media. And this understanding is very important for corporate India, I would say, as the instrumentality of social networking sites is being justified by the growing statistics. And marketers can actually leverage on this site to build better brand communities that can help them to ring a higher cash register, I would say. So in this regard, I undertook a review of literature on homophily and its influence on online interpersonal behavior of opinion giving, opinion seeking, and opinion pass along. So some of the articles did highlight that in spite of billions of online users worldwide, and as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, virtual communities drive online interactions, and this cannot be denied. And further, in this online information exchange, the homophilous behavior of the consumers is always thought of as a major influence on that product selection decision. So this is something which marketers need to understand and leverage upon. Homophily, another author says that homophily can facilitate the flow of information in consumers' external searches. For example, research has shown that homophilous consumers are more likely to provide personally relevant product information because individuals with similar lifestyles and social characteristics tend to have similar needs and wants in their consumption. So based on this review of literature, we observe that homophily on social networking sites attracts like-minded consumers to discuss on their product interests. And further, the degree of influence is greater with perceived homophily. So basically, based on my review of literature, this is the model that I have proposed. Homophily, 3 variables have been identified under homophily: background homophily, appearance homophily, and attitude homophily, and their influence on online interpersonal behavior. And even our online engagement, we can actually classify it as opinion giving style, opinion seeking style, and opinion passing style. So my study is basically to see how homophily factors influences each of this online interpersonal behavior. So that's the objectives that I basically summarized. So the managerial findings can, so the findings of this study, I'm sure, can be of immense importance so that companies can use necessary strategies in order to leverage upon these online communities in the best possible manner and make better meaningful interactions through social networking sites. So coming to the methodology that I have adopted, a self-administered online survey using Google Docs was used by me for data collection. Around 112 members who were basically university level academicians and research scholars were chosen by me, and they were selected by volunteer sample method. And basically and further hierarchical multiple regression analysis was used, and as per review of literature and as per the usage of hierarchical multiple regression, my sample size also met the eligibility criteria suggested by Tabasnik and Fidel for using this particular method for my study. Now let me come into the findings and discussion of it. Let me give you a small idea of the sample characteristics of my respondents included in this study. 60% of my respondents were male and 40% of them were female respondents. So this was also in line, I would say, representative of the social networking users in India, according to IAMAI, IMRB data, which says that men are more when compared to women in terms of this ratio in usage of social networking sites. Then again, almost 86% of my respondents had an account on Facebook. This is again in line with the review of literature that I referred to. Further, the study included respondents not only in the younger age group. So I did have people in the older age group, that is 31 to 40 years, and even people 40 years and above. So And then my respondents were teachers of private as well as government universities, and PhD research scholars were about 40%. And my respondents had been using the most visited site by them for the last 3 years or more, and the frequency of visit seems to be around 1 to 2 times a day on an average among the respondents whom I had surveyed. And the length of the time that they spend on an average visit is around 30 minutes to 1 hour. And also, I could see that dissemination of product related information through social networking sites was very much evident from the type of activity engaged in by my respondents. I had performed, now coming to the testing of my model, where as I had shown earlier, I'm studying the impact of homophily factors on online interpersonal behavior. So initially I had used a hypothesis testing using multiple regression analysis. That is, first, each of the homophily factors, that is, I tried to study the impact of homophily factor first on opinion giving behavior, then influence of homophily on opinion seeking, and then influence of homophily on opinion pass along behavior. So, and even before I started doing this multiple regression analysis, I also conducted an independent sample t-test in order to see if there was any gender differences in my among the respondents with respect to online interpersonal behavior, and there was no big gender differences observed, and so I straight away went into multiple regression analysis. So as I was telling you, separate regression analysis was conducted between homophily factors and the 3 dimensions of online interpersonal behavior. So my findings, as you can see from the screen, homophily factors predicting on the online behavior of opinion giving. Here what my study found is only background homophily. I had chosen background, attitude and appearance. But you can see that only background homophily had a significant influence on opinion giving behavior when compared to the other factors. Similarly, in the case of opinion seeking also, I found that background homophily was found to be a significant predictor of online opinion seeking behavior on social media among my respondents. Then once again, in terms of opinion pass along factor also, background homophily was found to be a significant predictor of online opinion pass along behavior among the respondents. Then I undertook hypothesis testing using hierarchical multiple regression analysis. See, this was actually performed to investigate the influence of homophily factors to predict levels of online opinion giving behavior after controlling for the demographic variables, namely age, income and educational qualification. Okay, so this was the highlight of using hierarchical multiple regression analysis. And my analysis showed that all the correlations were weak to moderate. And this indicates that multicollinearity was not existing, and this set the right situation for me to go ahead with using hierarchical multiple regression analysis for this problem. So you can see this was the correlations, and you can see that the correlations are ranging from weak to moderate. Suitable condition for me to conduct this hierarchical multiple regression analysis. And what I found is the introduction of homophily factors after controlling age.
Bharati ma'am?
Yeah.
Ma'am, you have exceeded your presentation time limit, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just coming to an end, ma'am. Just 1 minute is enough. So overall, what I found is after conducting this multiple regression, hierarchical multiple regression analysis, what I found is it was only only as I was explaining, background homophily was negatively and significantly predicted SNS user online giving behavior. Further, this negative relationship indicates that higher is the opinion giving style, lower is the opinion seeking engagement style, and vice versa. So basically, my study demonstrates the imperative use of social networks in the diffusion of distribution of products and services among consumers. So, and further, background homophily was positive and income was negative in predicting online opinion seeking behavior. So what I would like to conclude is social networking site users with different attitudes and backgrounds may engage in product-focused online engagement and to help others in their purchase decision, and income shows a negative relationship. This further justifies that social networking sites opinion pass along behavior where only background homophily has a significant predictor. So this is something which marketers need to build upon, especially building a good online community, as this can really help them in the long way. So I think that brings me to the end of my study. Some of the attractiveness of my study is one of the very few studies intended to investigate homophily of SNS user on online interpersonal behavior, and future research can be done to explore the power of SNS in enhancing online interpersonal behavior of its specific audience group. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dharani H, Article ID ICRBP 013, present.
Okay, ma'am. Let me just present my screen and then begin off, and hope my voice is audible to the audience present there.
Yes, ma'am, it is very much audible.
Thank you.
You can present your screen, ma'am.
Yeah, I hope my screen is visible now.
It's visible.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning to everyone present there. And my name is Dharani. I'm doing my PhD as a research scholar in Dr. MJ Research and Educational Institute. To begin with, my topic, which is something which is very essential in this post-COVID time, when everybody talking about more promoting into digitalization and work from remote areas, all those things. They, even our guest speaker spoke about how mental health and employees are being given more importance to in this pandemic period. So my topic was with related to how emotional intelligence will be helpful to cope up with in the organizations, where especially in the way of communications, which is one of the pivotal role to make in any organization be successful. If there is no clarity in the communication and if there is no empathy being in communicative, I'm sure the organization will suffer in terms of employee satisfaction and job satisfaction. So to begin with my title, it is something called emotional intelligence, where the role of gender and their relationship among communication effectiveness in turn which will bring in the job satisfaction in IT sector. So to just give a summarize of what my entire research work was on, the research is actually knowing the efficacy level of male and female executives in an employee IT sector, and the study actually got better as research works were going on, and also it was observed how emotional intelligence can even bring in the influence on the gender executive employees with relationship to the effectiveness of communication in an organization environment. So this study kind of comprised 140 people of as a sample size, and emotional intelligence subject as a study explores these play a crucial role in effective of communication between managers and employee, which acts as a barrier to many organizations which are not so profitable, and how the job satisfaction get influenced with the license of emotional intelligence being implanted in your organization. So for the question of purpose, the Corona alpha value was being done, the reliability evaluability test was done, and the questionnaire came as items of the questionnaire came as something which is acceptable, which was around the point of 0.8, above 0.5 is acceptable for any kind of a questionnaire. And the results indicated in my research after the analysis and interpretation were the result indicated that female managers are more emotionally intelligent than their male counterparts. And further, the research findings were seen that how communication effective has been positively significant relationship with the job satisfaction, and more female workers are projected control over emotion at the workplace, and the communication were easy with the other employees to with the male compared to male to female executives. And to move on with the introduction, I can say that being an IT profession, they need to know how to they only know how to program or troubleshoot or whatever technical position they are in, and those work limited, and they keep using their IQ levels. And we can even measure the IQ levels very easily. Rather than EQ to engage other, rational EQ in the sense emotional intelligence to engage others, and the result of this approach to communicate were like eye-opening for my study. So it is understand that it is very vital aspect accountable for defining a success in life for an organization, and psychological well-being appears to be a significant role in influencing the communication between your senior level executives of different gender and other employees who are working in an organization. So here the idea that the men and women are different, their ability to communicate has been one of the most popular belief about gender difference that exists in today's scenario. It is commonly actually generalized that female communicates more of in the indirect way or elaborate and more emotional sense. The way of communicating has these kind of key ingredients, and they can reflect so much of tentativeness and empathy and lack of authority. This is what the before studies have suggested. Okay, though when compared that women's style is bit on a lower grade when compared to the male side, because they talk rational and to the point. Here they say that though when compared, women style of communication might lead to confusion and a weaker side, but the studies of the current research works have proved that female executives or employees can be the one who is actually have the ability to establish something called the rapport building, which is very essential for an organization to suffice in the long run. So this establishment of ability of rapport building will encourage the responses from the employee side and brings in a enthusiasm there. So because of this ability of having the empathetic and way to connect, which is actually an important role which the research shows here. Okay, so moving on, this is my a workflow diagram for my research work, how these factors like demographic variables of like age, gender, different job positioning of different gender employees affect the communication effectiveness in the organization, and how these differences of opinion can be managed by the emotional intelligence factors, which indeed bring in the end result of job satisfaction to the employees also. So when we take about the communication factors, we talk about how interpersonal and intrapersonal skills can be, adaptability can be, empathy and self-control can be, which the last 3 points is very essential for emotional key intelligence also. So with that, this is the work diagram of my research work. The objectives that were framed for my research purpose were 3 objectives, and they were the hypothesis for my research work too. So they were like, my objectives were like how gender will impact the level of emotional intelligence that leads to better communication of the employees. And my second hypothesis was emotional intelligence will have significant relationship with the communication effectiveness of the employee. And my third objective will be communication effectiveness will have significant relationship in the job satisfaction. This is how one chain leading to the other. So from so many charts, I just executed how the emotional competencies of different gender comparison in a particular IT sector organization. In that, we can see that in all the levels, the females are, the blue ones are the female and the orange ones are for male. We can see when top key ingredients of emotional intelligence like self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship management. These kind of factors are very essential for emotional intelligence as well as communication also. Because once you're self-aware, you know how to talk in a given different situation and convey the exact meaning with the person who is standing in front of you. You should be able to you be aware of what the opposite person emotional is in. Okay, so self-management, how to talk in terms of group meetings in the organization. You should be able to have a self-control of, even if you're showcasing your anger, you need to know where and when to showcase your anger in an organization. So we can see that the higher side of emotional handling, intelligence handling is more on the side of female work executives rather than. Yes,
We have exceeded the time limit, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, I'll just go on to my findings and conclusion then. So it was seen that more women have EI level as compared to the male executives, and the regression analysis that was done with the independent variable have positive significance with the EI. So with that, the conclusion I would say that there are three important factors in an organization for effective communication when it comes to gender. So those 3 to 4 factors are like self-control, empathy, social relationship skill, understanding others' emotion. These play a crucial role in bringing on a correct conversation in an organization. So I can say and complete that in emotional intelligence can be developed into a powerful problem-solving tool when it comes to gender communication effectiveness. When problems arise between individuals, all individuals want to win. So through the use of emotional intelligence skills, individuals can handle relationship more effectively and have more empathy to be more aware of emotions and be able to collaborate with more others and bring in a more of a win-win situation kind. So apart from that, I would like to say that there's a need for high management in IT sector to design and include emotional intelligence in building communication effectiveness to enhance job satisfaction and which help the employees to manage and cooperate better and be more motivated, and thereby increasing the innovative abilities and giving in them a social science kind of a benefit where they will be having that okay, I'm working in an organization which listens to my queries also. So that's all, ma'am, from my side of research. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request Ms. Vidya Armugam, Dr. B. Devamaindan, article ID ICRBP 014 to present.
Hello, very good morning to one and all. 1 minute, let me share my screen. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Here I'm sharing my screen. Give me a minute. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
The effects of deviance in law enforcement and impacts on the families and society. Can you see that, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yes. So I would like to talk about the deviance behavior in law enforcement today. Law enforcement deviance is like deviance in law enforcement includes all activities which are inconsistent with norms, values, ethics, and moral aspects from both societal standpoint and also from the enforcement officer standpoint. Deviance is nothing but the act of deviating from a societal standard is known as a deviance. Why do I pick up a law enforcement? Here is because in police, deviance occurs when law enforcement officers behave in a manner that is inconsistent with the officer's legal authority, organizational authority, and standards of ethical conduct. Police deviance is not just included or not limited to discrimination, misconduct, intimidation, or sexual harassment. It goes on with corruption, excessive force, use of restricted weapons, and illegal surveillance, so on. It goes on and on. Types of deviance in law enforcement is one is like organizational deviance and second one is the interpersonal deviance. Organizational deviance is nothing but I talk about workplace theft and regular late entry at work, destructions to the organization property, and also apathy and indifference in job-related tasks. Interpersonal deviance includes inappropriate behavior toward co-workers, bosses, subordinates, and convicts. And primary responsibilities, if you take of the law enforcement officers, is nothing but detecting and preventing a crime and protecting the public, safeguarding the lives and properties. Police officers strive to maintain a law and order in their respective jurisdictions and serving the communities. These are the few things we take as a primary responsibilities. And deviance, we talk about like brutality and abusing of authority, deceitful, faking, theft, and alcohol and drug abuse. When here, if I explain about brutality, brutality means the threat of implied violence, abusive languages, and field stops and searches, like suddenly they're stopping the car and searching it and using their abusive power of authority, and the actual use of physical force and etc. If you talk about deceitful and faking, is nothing but the cover-ups and the fake reports and lying in court and goes on. Abuse of authority, it also includes legally and physically. Police would overuse the law for their own benefits. Illegal search and seizures. These are the things which includes in law enforcement deviance. And also misuse of confidential information, false confession, false arrest, fake or forged evidence, police gratuity. Police gratuity is the major thing which happens all over the world, and especially in India also. This is one of the most frequent problems commonly confused with corruption, is the solicitation or acceptance of gratitudes by the police officers. Gratuity is something of a minor value. It maybe like, it might sound funny, but let it be a cup of coffee, or for example, a small gift or a small reward, or offered as a token of appreciation in turn of doing the duties. And accepting gratitude is a common practice in many police departments, but this practice is considered to be an unethical one. And comes to police shakedowns. Police shakedown is like a shakedown which when the police extort a business owner for protection money, and a police profanity also. And the cause of police deviance is psychological status and public ignorance, adopting and career pattern of deviance, lack of appropriate training, poor role of enforcement. Here, psychological status, I talk about stress and work disorder, etc. 1 minute, please. Yeah. My conclusion here is like, in general, officials from the police force are expected to operate in a manner that is both honest and truthful, as well as respectful of the community. Typically, police officers are required to protect the public's lives and property, protect the population from deception, persecution, and intimidation, and promote a peaceful society free of deception and violence. The suggestions few, what I am giving here is, am I audible, ma'am? I saw the interpreter in between.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Yeah. My suggestion here goes like, a deviant police agency would not be respected, resulting in a loss of respect, regard and confidence from the public. For this, recently in South India also, like the Scotland police and like the other people, they've started the well-being therapy for the police department, and they also started having this meditation practice, the spiritual wellness, well-being, and also they've conducted lots of the behavioral program for the police department. All the programs are running every month. Every quarterly they've started conducting these programs for them to help them to come out of the stress, come out of the routine of the monotonous work pattern, ma'am. It is more necessary for police officers to refrain from aberrant behavior and behave themselves with the honesty and integrity that is expected of them on a professional and ethical level. And it is more important for policemen to refrain from inappropriate behavior and to conduct themselves with the professional ethics that are expected of them, ma'am. In general, without any deviance from normality, there can be no progress. And this is how I would like to present it. And thank you so much for your time. And any questions to me? Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Manjula Netti and Dr. M. Kaveri, Article ID ICRBP 022 to present.
Ma'am, I've given a recorded version, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Give me a minute, ma'am. Meanwhile, we play your records, ma'am. Can you give an introduction about the topic, ma'am?
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a minute. My topic is about online class effectiveness and its impact on academic performance of school students at Chennai region. Ma'am, you got it, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. You're audible. You can continue, ma'am.
My presentation slides are there, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. You can just give me an introduction so that I'll play the slides quickly, ma'am.
As we know, many schools in India follow conventional methods of learning, that is face-to-face interactive teaching in classroom environment. But due to the pandemic, which has come as a sudden attack, we had to immediately shift to online schooling, which the teachers are not familiar with, and even students are not aware. They don't know what is ICT resources, and they don't know how to use it also. At this scenario, I gave a study on this effectiveness of online teaching and how ICT tools will increase student learning and their interest in learning through online. Ma'am, you got my slides, ma'am?
It's on the process, ma'am. 1 minute. You can continue, ma'am.
Okay.
You can keep explaining the tools, ma'am. Meanwhile, I'll present the screen.
Okay, ma'am. I'll go ahead. The first thing, online, the problem here arises is, are the online classes effectively conducted? Are they conducted at all the school levels, all the levels, right from first standard to 12th standard? And are the students happily involving themselves and learning through online classes? And what happened about the poor background students? They face a lot of obstacles. How do they how do they get through the facilities, and how do they pick up the learning? And there is a language barrier also for them. They cannot take up English, which all these online resources are available only in English. So how will they pick up? That is also a problem which I raised. So slowly I came into now coming to the objectives of my study. It was to study the demographic factors of the school students attending online classes in Chennai, to identify the factors that influence effective learning of school students from online classes, to explore the impact of online class on academic performance of school students with respect to Chennai, and then give some suggestions and recommendations for the success of online class in order to enhance the academic performance of school students. Here the significance of the study is the research identifies the important aspects of online learning by school students and to enable the online classes to develop and improve their effectiveness. This will improve students' learning process and ensure the successful implementation of online classes, especially in this pandemic situation. And further, the study also served the purpose for the instructors, teachers, technical people, parents, and students to improve in their related areas. Yes, you got it, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can go to the significance of study slide. You can skip. I think this is.
First of all, I would like to thank the School of Management, the VAISHNAV College, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I, Dr. Manjula Neti, now presenting on online class effectiveness and its impact on academic performance of school students at Chennai region. Let's look at the significance of the online class effectiveness is to identify the important aspects of online learning by school students and to enable the online classes to develop and improve their effectiveness. This will also improve the students' learning process and to ensure successful implementation of online classes, especially in this pandemic situation. And this study will serve as a reference for instructors, teachers, technical people, parents and students to improve in their related areas. It aids in refining satisfaction by implementing the suggestions given by them. The significance of the online class effectiveness is to identify the important aspects of online learning by school students and to enable the online classes to develop and improve. The research methodology of the study is descriptive and analytical in nature. It describes the online classes effectiveness and its impact on school students' academic performance in Chennai region. The target population of the study is parents of those students attending online classes at Chennai. The sampling technique adopted for the study is a convenient sampling method. The sample size chosen for the study is 100. A simple self-constructed questionnaire has been administered to collect primary data from the respondents through online methods like WhatsApp, email, etc., using Google Forms. The questionnaire was composed of 3 dimensions, namely demographic profile of students, online class effectiveness, school students' academic performance. The questionnaire has been framed by using dictonomous scale, categorical scale, ratio scale, and Likhart's 5-point scale. It consisted of both primary and secondary data. The primary data has been collected from the respondents using Google Forms. The secondary data has been collected from books, journals, theses, and from concerned websites. The statistical tools used for the analysis are percentage analysis, descriptive statistics, ANOVA, and linear regression. The conceptual framework, effectiveness of online classes is taken as independent variable, and the dependent variable is academic performance of school students. The hypothesis of the study is there is a significant difference between school students' demographic profile and their academic performance. And there is a significant impact of online class effectiveness and academic performance of school students. Now coming to the type of devices used by the online class students. Here you can clearly see that 34% used laptops to study online, and 22% used desktop to study online, 31% used smartphones to study online, and a very few of 13% used tablets to study online. The very next picture of diagram shows about the adequate internet connection which they had to study online. So this is a bit disappointing, but we can always have a look at it. Only 17% had always adequate internet connection. Then coming to 25%, which we had often, most often they had internet connection, and sometimes only they had adequate internet connection is 35%. It's a bit alarming. And rarely they had this adequate internet connection is 23%. Definitely we need to improve on the infrastructural facilities of the students' internet connection. As we have students from different age groups, especially the primary school students, the secondary school students, and higher secondary school students, and these school students have a different age group from 10 years to 17 years. So each one had to spend different hours with the system. So we will look into it. 1 to 2 hours, only 15 students had to spend time. 3 to 4 hours a day on online class, 35 students used to spend. And 5 to 6 hours, 30 students spend their time. And more than 6 hours, 20 students have spent their time. Now coming to the findings of the study, 34% of the students are using laptop to attend the online classes. 35% of the students are having somewhat speed and continuity in internet connection. The effectiveness of online class and academic performance of the students are at a low level based on descriptive statistics. There is a significant difference among school students' demographic profile and their academic performance. According to a linear regression analysis, it has been proved that 70.9% of the observed variability in academic performance of school students can be significantly explained by the opinion of parents towards the effectiveness of online class. A few suggestions I would like to mention after conducting the study are we need to take a few steps to improve the present scenario, like using a friendly software, a provision of MCQs using interesting applications, good communication skill and using Excel and other innovative technology for mathematics. Now, based on the information gathered, the majority of the students needed more interactive sessions, clarity in explanation, effective doubt clearing classes, user-friendly software. And parents also wanted to encourage students in using laptops and to check on the speed and continuity in internet connection regularly, spending the required amount of time in attending online classes, and parents also should encourage active participation in doubt clearing sessions and regular interaction with teachers. Every study has to undergo a few limitations. In my study, I had to ignore factors, especially psychology, economic status, medium of school, type of school, in order to find out the academic performance of students. And the respondents of the study are limited to 100 parents of those students attending online classes. And this study is limited to Chennai region only. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, any doubts? I'm ready here.
Is there any doubts, students, participants? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request R. Srinivas and Santan Tiwari, article ID ICRBP 036 to present.
Hello everyone, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are very much audible.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Ash Srinivas. I'm a PhD student at the Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. So I have two papers, one after the other. Both of them are teaching cases in which the students are posed with a problem and they have to make a decision. So basically both of them are stories, and at the end of the story there is a problem, and the students should make a decision after listening to this story. After presenting this problem, they have to make a decision, and teachers can use this case as a teaching case in their classrooms in leadership courses. So the first case goes like this. The crux of the first case is sometimes in life, businesses have to adhere to the rules and regulations framed by the government, but following those rules can be sometimes pose ethical dilemmas, and they can also pose some challenges with management. So coming to the story of the case, the CEO of an airline company was relaxing in his home when he came to a news saying that one of his airplane's front landing gear was not actually pointing in the right direction. In other words, the front landing gear of the plane was twisted. So that would actually cause an accident. So his airline was already in losses, and he was unable to pay his employees' salaries regularly. So if this accident happens, his airline would basically collapse. But more than all this, there are 200 souls on board, and all their lives are in danger. So, and moreover, there is like 2 hours of fuel left in the plane. So the pilots of the plane travel in the air for about 2 hours, and the news breaks out in the media, and within these 2 hours, all the media houses reach the airport and wait for the plane to land. So everyone prays to God, saying that please save this plane, please save this plane. So as the plane is about to touch down, an employee of the airline takes his tow truck. A truck is like a vehicle, the back of which it is used to carry goods. So it's like a truck. So what he does is he sees the plane making a landing approach. He sees that the landing gear of the plane is not in the right direction, and he knows that the plane is about to crash land. So what the driver does is he gets in his car, he goes onto the runway, and just when the plane's front landing gear is about to touch down, he makes sure that the back of his truck lands the front landing gear at the exact time. So in a way, he maneuvers his truck in such a way that the plane does not crash. So in a way, he actually saves the plane and all the lives on board. So after this, this event of plane landing gets captured by all media houses, and the truck driver gets worshipped as a hero throughout the country. And to appreciate the efforts of the truck driver, the CEO of the airline felicitates him, and he honors him with awards. So, but after few days, the CEO gets a notice from the government saying that the airline should fire the truck driver because he actually violated the protocol of an employee at the airport. So generally, planes can land without landing gear also. So what the truck driver actually did was, he actually could have caused a major accident. That would have been possible. So just because he violated the rules of the government by taking the truck onto the runway, he actually violated the rule of the government. So the government instructed the airline to fire this employee. Now, the airline, if the news goes out in the media that the airline actually removed the truck driver from the job, then its reputation would damage again, and that would actually result in more loss for the company, because people won't be traveling in that plane because the airline fires a hero of the country. So now, if you are in the situation of the CEO, you have to fire the employee, but at the same time, you have to manage the backfire from the customers, your passengers or potential passengers. Now, as students, you are asked to think and come up with a solution to make sure that you follow the regulation of the government by firing the employee, but you should also make sure that the company's reputation doesn't suffer a loss. So this is the first case. Anyone, of course, this is a teaching case, so I am assuming not many of you will be having questions. Shall I move on to the next case?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the next case is the case of a principal of a college. Now, the principal of the college is like, there is a big engineering college in India, and its principal's name is Professor Raju. And this case is actually set around the background of placement. So what happens in this college, famous colleges, they constantly lie on their placements report saying that they have achieved 100% placements. But in reality, they do not achieve 100% placements every year. Every year, there will be few people, 2 or 3 people, who do not find placement. What the college does is they write an agreement from the students saying that they are voluntarily sitting out from the placement process. So this generally has been happening in that college for a long time. Now, Professor Raju has high moral quotient, and he is very unhappy with the kind of students engineering colleges are producing ethically. So he wants to improve the ethical quotient of his students in the college. now he takes over as the principal of the college, and when he takes over as the principal of the college, he is the placement committee presents a report in front of him saying that they have achieved 100% placements. But Professor Raju knows that 4 people haven't got placements from the company, and 4 students have have been forced to sit out from placements. Now, if Professor Raju lies in the report and says that his college has achieved 100% placements, then there won't be any damage to the reputation of the college, because placement reports play a very, very important role in the ranking of the institute. And ranking of the institute plays an important role in the kind of students who want to take admission in the college. And the kind of students who take admission in the college will affect the number of companies which will visit it for offering placements, and the kind of packages. So the number of companies and the kind of packages which are offered will again affect placements. So will again affect ranking. So it's a cycle. So Professor Raju, if he lies in the report, says that 100% placement has been achieved, then there won't be any problem. But he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to do that because he has a high moral question. And Professor Raju comes to know that this has been the trend in his own college and in other colleges also. In other words, basically every college lies about the placements. But Professor Raju doesn't want to lie. But if he lies in the placements reports, then the ranking of the institute will go down. Now, as students, as management students, you are expected to put yourself in the position of Raju, and you are asked to come up with a solution of not lying in the placements. In other words, you should not lie in the placement reports, but at the same time, you should try to minimize the damage that your college will suffer because you will go down in rankings, because you're not lying in placements. If you say that you have achieved only 94% placements, then your ranking will go down. So you are expected to do both. You should not lie, but at the same time, you are expected to minimize the damage that your college will suffer because of the not lying. So this is the case, and done with both my cases. Hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I request Kanagaraj Venusamy, Dr. A. Selvarani, and Dr. G. Sivanesan, Article ID ICRBP 041 to present.
Kanagaraj ma'am, you're there?
So good morning. My voice audible to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. I'm presenting my slide. My screen visible to everyone? Please confirm. That's
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It is.
okay. Very good morning, one and all. Myself, Kanagaraj Venuswamy. Our paper title is Conceptual Study of Arabic Language Adoption Among Indian Expatriates, Higher Education Institution in Sultanate of Oman, Muscat. Our research, co-authors are Dr. A. Selvarani, Dr. G. Sivanation from Jamal Institute of Management. So Indian expatriates, those who are working in Gulf countries, okay, they are staying with the family like a new environment. Okay, this research work, okay, help us expatriates, those who are traveling from home country to host country like a Middle East. Intercultural contact is a communication between individuals, staff, and clients from various cultural backgrounds. It also involves handling non-verbal communication and thinking patterns. When it comes to workplace, the Gulf Arab regions, it means Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, provides an electric blend of different cross-cultural experiences. We gathered data about meeting held in 3 major organizations, particularly education institutions like a school, polytechnic, technical institutions, university in Sultanate of Oman. Then we have done a study how that Indian expatriates or professionals has awareness and interest about cross-cultural communications and new language learning, adapting. These are the findings in our study. Because of the forces globalization, intercultural contact has become a requirement in most workplaces. There may be no other place in the world where this need is more evident from the Arabian Gulf. So most of the Indians familiar that workers or professional category, okay, moving to Gulf countries for temporary contract or long-term working. So all kind of environmental backup, okay, that's particularly South India, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka states, more number of professionals and workers working in Gulf state. Then few studies we gathered, okay, particularly UAE. UAE is United Arab Emirates, not only workplace, it is a business hub also. And expatriates, particularly Indian expatriates, how they are adapting. So the industry means like a service industry and construction industry, then tourism. So most of the employee foreigners, if we compare other neighboring Asia countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Bhutan, Nepal, and Philippines, Indian expatriate is high density in Middle East. So we have framed that beginners level only. We targeted only academic institutions in Sultanate of Oman. Then due to pandemic, we cannot communicate individually. So we made it online mode only. Some questions we have raised to help Indian expatriates. Okay, those who are working in professional category, they do not adapt like learning Arabic language. Why means the teaching and delivering mode is English language only. So we want to examine how they are adapting to the culture as well as language preference, particularly Arabic language. How long have you been interacting with Arab speaking employees? Generally, when we go to other countries, we need communications among like transportations and residence area, and then visa process, then regular routine works. Are you fluent in Arabic language? Any steps they have taken learning other language, third language or fourth language or Arabic, reading, writing, listening, speaking? All Indian expatriates women speak Arabic language. Okay, that is also one of the questionnaire. In your department, particularly education sectors, okay, we targeted. What is the largest group of multicultural employees? So particularly in Gulf, multicultural environment, including home countries, not only Arabic language, apart from Bangla, then Hindi, then Filipino. Okay, in India itself, multiple languages employees are located here. In your opinion, how would rate ability to communicate with women employees? Okay, women employees means those co-workers. In particular education institutions, okay, administration department and the technical department, non-technical department will be there. Then main objective of our studies to find how long the respondents were speaking Arabic and were they fluent in the same. To ascertain the language, culture and ability to communicate of the respondents. To make a comparison of males and gender based also, 3 questions we raised. Then research methodology, we focusing only basics, okay, not in-depth or insight about comparing all the data. Few data only we collected from their, okay, mean, median and male and female involvement to learning or adapting new cultures. So number of years respondents have been interacting with Arab speaking employees. So years we made it, okay, 42.31% go for 5 to 8 years, those who are working in particularly in Oman and education sectors. 1 to 4 years, 44.23%. Gender profile of the respondents, okay, male 59.62%, female 40.838. In academic institutions, female Indian expatriates are more comparing male. Fine. Overall mean value of statement related to Arabic language, culture and ability to communicate. Okay, that behind it, how they are learning, whether they are family background or they have learned this language before entering to the Sultanate of Oman, or self-learning or interacting with others. So these are things. These are the reports. Ability to communicate, these are the comparisons. Okay, fine. Male and female comparison. So our study only focus in the primary level only. So number of institution is very less, which is expatriate platform in Sultanate of Oman. In upcoming future, our work is we want to go for other sectors like a service sectors, like a telecom or engineering, some professional category. Then another plan for our future work is we want to introduce some artificial intelligence based tools to help expatriates to learn the Arabic language, to know about the culture, other thing about Sultanate of Oman. So we want to create some platform, some app. So that app is implemented in that website, whichever organization they are working now. Okay, these are the references. The study concludes that majority of the respondents agree that all Indian expatriates in Oman speak Arabic language. It is also found that in comparison to females are more fluent in Arabic language, and they agree that all Indian expatriates Oman speak Arabic language. Means it's a basic fundamentals, okay, how to communicate with the taxi driver in the shop, okay, basics. In the department, there is a large group of multicultural employees, mostly education sectors. In the Gulf, we have different country people. In their opinion, they rate themselves high for the ability to communicate with the Omani employees. Okay, so Omani employees, even though they are aware about English language, they may expect our expatriates, at least they have to learn few words or few level of communication to their nationality. These are the references. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Exceeded your time limit, sir.
Okay, fine. So thank you for giving opportunity to present our basic work in cloud mode. Any questions from the here?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. G. Nirmala and Vinodini A. Article ID ICRBP 047 to present.
Greetings to one and all present here. The topic that I'll be presenting today is customer perception on online integrated marketing communication tools among online grocery purchasers in Chennai. So moving on to the introduction. Marketing communications are considered to be a treasure to any organization as it helps to boost up sales. So marketing communication is, as the name indicates, it is a way of communicating about your product to the customer. It can be creating a general awareness or a constant reminder about a product, or if you wish to launch a new product, marketing communications can be helpful. So there are many types of marketing communication tools traditionally being used, like advertising, sales promotion in the sense like sweepstakes, vouchers, gift vouchers, etc. And involving in public relation activities. All these are a type of communication that marketers adopt to reach the customer. So that marketing communication is being widely used in internet also. So the current era is an era of internet where online integrated marketing communication is playing a vital part. So this article has considered three main tools, online marketing communication tools like online advertising, online sales promotion, and online direct mail. Instead of direct selling, online direct mail is a tool considered here. So the main objective of the study is to analyze the perception of consumers towards online marketing communication and to measure the effectiveness of the three independent constructs that I have taken for the study, and to analyze the influence of each online marketing communication tool on the respondents. So this is the conceptual framework. So I told you the independent variables are online advertising, online sales promotion, and direct online selling. So the dependent variable will be the customer perception towards online grocery purchase. So how far this online advertising is influencing positively or negatively on the customer, those who purchase online grocery, is my study. Okay. So I have added a literature support to my study. Moving on to the methodology. The research is descriptive research design, and the sampling method which I have adopted is purposive sampling method, because purposely the customers, those who purchase groceries online, are only considered for the study. So it is purposive sampling method, and the respondents are the customers who purchase groceries online, and the sample size is 456. Moving on to the instrument used. A structured questionnaire with two parts of question. First, the demography of the respondents, and the second is developed with 11 items using 5-point Likert scale questions. So the questions were asked how they feel about their online purchase and what makes them to buy groceries online. So the questionnaire was circulated online and the data was obtained through Google Forms. The analysis part has been done with the help of SPSS version 21, independent sample t-test, and correlation analysis and demographic analysis has been carried out using percentage analysis. So there are a couple of hypotheses that I have taken. The alternate hypotheses have been listed. There is significant difference between marital status of the customers towards online integrated marketing communication. There is a significant difference between gender and the perception, and there is significant difference between the educational qualification and the perception on online integrated marketing communication. There is significant difference among online advertising and the perception of consumers. There is significant difference among online sales promotion and perception of consumers, and significant difference between direct online selling and perception of online consumers. So the findings are, it is inferred that 40% of the respondents belong to the age category of 26 to 35 years, and 61% of the respondents are male, and 45% of them are educated with undergraduation, and 69% of them are married. So the major findings of this study denotes that online advertising and online sales promotion are highly valued and welcomed among the customers in Chennai. So when conducting correlation analysis with each independent variable and the customer perception, online advertising and online sales promotion have higher degree of correlation, so which positively states that online integrated marketing communication has a positive influence on the perception of customers. So people are approaching online purchase with the help of online advertising and online sales promotion. Here online sales promotion is e-vouchers, offers, e-gifts, etc. Okay, so online purchasers are liking those sales promotion techniques that are being adopted by the marketers, and online advertising again is a good tool which has high influential level over the respondents. And compared to direct email, the other two independent variables have higher positive correlation value, which denotes that they have positive influential ability on the perception of customers who purchase groceries online. Okay, so concluding the study, online shopping is preferred by customers mainly due to the ease of use and use it anywhere, anytime, especially at pandemic times like now. So online communication will continue to help and boost up sales of groceries selling online in future also. So companies can adopt more communication tools that influence the liking towards online purchase. They can include more and more communication methods like online public relation activities. They can involve into online public relation activities, and in viral marketing is also one online marketing communication. The general publics in Chennai are highly favorable towards e-vouchers and discount offers that are given online, and which makes them to purchase groceries online. So this is what is the main finding of the study, and it is concluded that online advertising is no way less than any other promotion tool. It is doing its best part, and other than that, online sales promotion is doing the second part, and companies could adopt mixed methods also, like integrating more communication methods to reach the customers for better results. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Talsanya Gaurav Kumar Kanayal, Article ICRBP 048 to present.
Yes, ma'am. Just share the screen. Screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Yes. The title of the paper is Artificial Intelligence and Accounting Work, the Impact of Socio-Technical System on Role and Value of the Work. My name is Gaurav Tarsania from the Central University of Gujarat. So the introduction and implementation of artificial intelligence and the various branch of AI, including robotic processing, automation, machine learning, natural language processing in accounting work, proved to be very efficient, error-free, and give desirable output to the organization. However, the way AI techniques adopted and implemented in widespread manner in many areas of business, it is still in early stage in account and auditing field, though in some cases AI has capability to supersede in human efforts. It is very important to identify and understand the meaning, strength, and limitation of different form of intelligence to build suitable work environment for the accounting personnel in the organization in order to work with the newest AI technology together. So the term artificial intelligence is not limited to the mimicking human action or calculating number fast. The aim is to understand the meaning of intelligence, know the capability of human intelligence, replicate it, and even supersede it in the future. Thus, to understand the capability of artificial intelligence, we need to know the what kind of research I still need to do in this field to discover the full potential of AI. It is very necessary to know the classification of AI. Automated machine response, reactive approach. In this type of AI-based system, machines are made to respond accurately to the customized programming input. The main limitation of this AI-based machine is that it cannot operate or run from previous experience. This kind of machine cannot think and take appropriate action. It operates just as per the programming inputs. In addition, there is no feature of inbuilt memory. The main objective to make this kind of machine was to automate some labor-oriented tasks like mundane tasks with maximum output in less time as compared to human activity. For example, a machine developed by IBM named Deep Blue has the capability to play chess, and even the beat chess grandmaster Gary Kasparov. It is operated mostly on programming code that has mathematical input, which at the time considerable intellect task. Just like earlier, if any accountant do calculation in the paper or do accounting entry and all that kind of the accounting one in the paper, he is considered as the good accountant and all that. But now the calculation is not the intelligence task. Then there is a limited memory approach to the interactive perspective. Apart from the earlier industry machine, which has the only capability to respond to the inputs, the new age technology enabled system with limited memory can make decisions. All these decisions are based on input received from the experience. For example, system can observe and scrutiny of historical data and its application. In today's world, all AI-based applications fall under this kind of category. For example, deep learning, a subcategory of AI, includes various statistical model and predictive analytics framework used to solve future problems. Then there is a theory of mind. Application of the concept of theory of mind to AI or AI-enabled technology is still in the phase of WIP, work in progress. It is in the early phase yet. There are many organizations, institutions, and independent researchers who try to make AI in a way that interact with humans through observing their emotion, belief, need, and thought process and taking action accordingly. Self-consciousness. This approach focuses mostly on the development of the system that work so similar to the human mind that it can develop consciousness. Practically, this approach has not yet developed it. This is the final stage when the machine can run and make algorithm from experience and work similarly as human consciousness can. Then there is a subfield of AI, rough set theory. The application of rough set theory allows the system to find out the accurate value in terms of lower and upper approximation of the original data set. It can help management accountant to develop criteria for decision making about evaluating the approximate value from the different kind of a cliff set. For example, it is used to select which supply is cost effective for the procurement procedure of the company. Then there is a machine learning. Machine learning is widely applicable in present day AI software to access data, analyze it, and learn from the past data and report generated from the same software to improve efficiency and effectiveness of AI software. For example, the application of machine learning is helpful to supply chain management in terms of preventing inefficiency caused in the supply chain due to unpredictable or unrespectable demand forecasting. Fuzzy logic. The concept of fuzzy logic is applied to know the degree of truth about the given fact or information based on numerous data recorded in the books of account. It helps an organization to develop decision-making process fast through developing a certain set of rules with help of neural network. The application of the fuzzy logic is helpful to mimic the way humans make the decision. Then there is an artificial neural network. The concept of artificial neural network is used as a powerful automated statistical technique that works like a human brain and is functioning neurons which help in many functions of human life. ANN is used to identify and evaluate the functional relationship between the different kind of data set for the purpose of performing a task like classification of numerous data set into a particular category. Pattern recognition, formulate model or framework for processing data efficiently, forecasting and appropriate use of control tool for the organizational growth. The question why organizations need to invest in this new intelligence enabled technology. So there are various function of the is actually important in the accounting, like invoice processing, supply chain management, audit procedure, cash flow statement, and procurement procedure. Impact of artificial intelligence on accounting work. With the widespread acceptability of AI in every field, the accounting profession is no more left behind. AI will help accountants to complement their work with the more accuracy. However, on the other hand, it is also challenging this profession with its intelligence-enabled tool. AI will provide several tools to the organization and institution to check the validity, suitability, stability, efficiency, and productivity of the accounting profession. Thus, it is the right time for the accounting personnel and institution associated with such a profession to rethink their work role, responsibility, and value of work. Socio-technical system in the structure of organization. There are very few organizations that have no complex business structure and need not to introduce the socio-technical system to improve the overall performance of the organization. With the emergence of the newest technology called artificial intelligence, the organization must apply a better socio-technical system to gain and compete in the market. If employees are not trained or informed about how to coordinate or work with the new technology adapted in the business process, there are chances that they can resist or feel alienated from their work. To make efficient use of technology, it is important to consider that each employee of the organization should work together with the technology. It is the role of the organization to make a technology-friendly environment in the organization. They need to implement a suitable framework to solve the complex structure of the business process. The common reason to fail while applying any organizational change concerning the technology is that the most of the time top level management forget to consider both aspects, social and technology. They sometimes focus only on one aspect and forget other, like they so much focus on the only technology aspect. The reason is that tasks, people and technology are connected, and if it goes well, it leads to growth of the entity. In addition to this, it is also important to make the policy more inclusive, like the suggestion from the bottom level employee and all that. It is observed during the research survey that many accountants accountants who hold degrees such as chartered accountant, course accountant, get notification about various seminar, conference regarding the emergence of AI in accounting and relevant subject. However, the person who work as an accountant at lower level in the organization who don't have any such professional degree get no any notification regarding this subject matter because they are not actually under the parents body like the member of the CA and cost accountant. There is a more probability of the alienation of the worker who work at the lower level in the department. The fear of being repressed or superseded by the AI is more observed in these workers. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, so I just move to my other paper.
Yes, sir.
Hello, ma'am. The slide is. You can see slide.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. The title of the paper is An Introduction and Implementation of Artificial Intelligence in Forensic Audit, a new technology-enabled approach to detection and prevention of fraud. The concept, perspective, introduction and implementation of artificial intelligence encompasses machine learning, natural language processing, technology-driven pattern recognition, image processing software, physiologic application, and robotic process automation, rapidly growing and widespread in every function concerned with the operation of the organization. This new age technology can be proven efficient game changer for several branches of accounting include financial accounting, cost accounting, management accounting, tax accounting, fund accounting, government accounting, fiduciary accounting, and forensic accounting and audit. The concept and scope of forensic accounting and audit itself are new and emerging rapidly in India. The use of several tools of AI in forensic accounting and audit can to be proven efficient, cost-cutting, time-saving, and more transparent and accurate for the work of the forensic accountants. This paper examines and understands the different work role of a forensic accountant, need and application of AI in forensic audit, and several tools of AI used in forensic accounting and audit procedure. In conclusion, it is necessary to examine whether the main objective of forensic accounting and audit concerning detecting, examining, and reporting every detail regarding fraud that happen in the organization within the required time is satisfied with the use of AI or not. The objective of the paper is to understand the need and scope of artificial AI technology regarding for accounting and audit process, to elaborate the function of several tools of AI used in forensic account and audit process, to know how this new age technology change the role and value of forensic accounting and audit work, measuring the benefit available to the organization. The role of institution encourage associate expert, stakeholder and organizations to integrate the AI risk system with forensic accounting and audit process. Need and scope of AI in forensic audit process. The field of forensic accounting and audit emerged recently intending to detect, examine and report transactions related to fraud, illegal activity, manipulation or inappropriate utilization of funds and any suspicious trade activity in the organization. In addition to this, the number and complexity of the financial transaction increase when organizational growth increase. As a result, it requires a special skill and technology-enabled tool to detect and report fraud, even to prevent the fraud from the happening. So why we need the AI? Because of the size of the transaction record in the books of account, technology-driven intelligence, data generation speed. With regard to the size of the uh, transaction, while doing the investigation as a part of forensic audit, the auditor need to check and verify all numerous transaction record in books of account of the organization, corporate company, financial institution, bank, etc. The tasks were very time consuming and sometimes become impossible for the auditor to go through all recorded transaction of the books of account. As a result, it needs a skilled workforce that lead to more cost to the respected entity. Artificial intelligence encompass software and programming system based on algorithm that prove to be very successful in solving such issue and problem. The auditor can filter the numerous recorded transactions to save time for necessary tasks such as detecting fraudulent transactions using AI-based software. In addition to this, it allows the auditor to make a more advanced analytical statement and result concerning fraud detection. According to the recent research conducted by the Forbes, after successful implementation of advanced AI software, about 70% of the tasks involving data collection, physical work regarding verify the transaction and data processing that is likely to be automatic. Thus, forensic auditor has more time to spend on identifying, cross-checking, reporting and decision-making process in the case of fraudulent transaction. Technology-driven intelligence, accuracy and capability. Some factors are required to look upon while doing a forensic audit, and the human mind in normal condition cannot consider any and analyze more than 2 to 3 factors at a time. Also, there are several dimensions of the massive data of the books of account that is nearly impossible for the human mind to give the required attention to all these dimensions of the numerous transactions. We can say that without the tool of artificial intelligence, it is impossible to do forensic accounting and audit of the current widespread business process. In the case of Satyam Computer Service Company, it will come to the know that there were lots of fake company and fake invoice created and generated over the many years. In addition to this, number of transactions had been wiped out from the books of account. However, there are numerous transactions found out in the digital form that the human mind can't capture and analyze all these records at a time. So the forensic auditor, yes,
We have exceeded your time limit, sir.
No, there are 2 papers for -7.
Yes, sir. Time up.
Okay, I just conclude. So the conclusion is that according to the association, so due to the inaccuracy, efficiency and complexity of the process of the workforce, the entire process of internal control become weak day by day. It is increased the possibility of the fraudulent transaction. Thus, it led to scam or fraud in the organization that result in the huge loss. It was evident that the scam or fraud cannot be tracked or prevent in the early stage with the use of the traditional method of accounting and audit. By looking and investing the scam or fraud that happened in the past, we can conclude that most of the financial fraud happening because of the 2 reasons. The first reason is weak and inefficient internal control, and the second one is involvement of the some employee of the top level management. According to the Association of Certified Fraud Examiner, about 11% of fraud happened due to the involvement of top level management personnel. AI-enabled software has several features that are able to filter digitally the big data recorded in the books of account with the desired accuracy in less time as compared to the manual working method. It became game changer for the emerging need for a forensic audit. Forensic auditor not only need to understand how to apply and use tool offered by the artificial based software while conducting forensic audit of the organization. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Now I request VG Geeta and Dr. S. Usha, article ID ICRBP 101 to present.
Hi, my name is Geeta. I'm from Madras University. I'm a research scholar. I would like to discuss the topic about adoption of TQM practices among employees with reference to manufacturing sector in Coimbatore. TQM, Total Quality Management System. It is very important key tool and quality indicator tool, which involves mainly workforce and providers and even clients to enhance the quality and execution in the organization. In this study, objective of the study, we managed to identify three actually, to know about adoption and implementation of TQM practices among employees in the manufacturing companies. And then second objective is to analyze the level of acceptance of employees towards TQM in their manufacturing companies. The third one is to suggest the manufacturing companies about perception of employees towards effectiveness if TQM in their manufacturing companies. So of course, all the studies have limitations. The limitation of study, the study is limited only for manufacturing sectors, and sample size is circulated to 100 numbers only. So it may be a bias of the study. The study period is around 3 months, and maybe deep analysis record for further research. Some are not responded, so failure to express opinion and belief. So these are the limitations of the study. As far as research methodology, it is a descriptive study. We collected data, primary data and secondary data. Primary data are we collected the questionnaire to the different level of employers. Secondary data is internet, books, published articles, journals, newspapers, and article method to collect the data. So data collected, the questionnaire is questionnaire formulated, and data are collected in different levels of employees. 100 questionnaires circulated, and finally we got 80 respondents, which is from different type of level of management. We did the random sampling. So these are the data which is from questionnaire. This is a simple layout about the demographic profile of the respondent in adoption of TQM practices. We collected from different gender, different age, different educational qualification, and different level of income and different level of experience. We did the analysis. As far as the independent sample test, the analysis and interpretation, the results for gender and employee involvement shows p-value as 0, which is lesser than 0.05, with t-value 1.640. Therefore, the hypothesis 2 is rejected, and it can be calculated that there is significant difference between males and females with the reference to level of employee involvement. The results of gender and interpersonal relationship shows p-value is 0.018, which is lesser than 0.05. The t-value is minus 0.821. Therefore, the hypothesis 5 is also rejected, and it can be concluded that there is a significant difference between male and female with reference to level of interpersonal relationship. Let me go to the next slide. The next test we conducted ANOVA. ANOVA test we conducted actually with various hypotheses. The mean score of different age group imply that employee involvement and participative decision making is high with the age group 18 to 25. So the results for age and awareness of TQM shows level of significance as 0, which is less than 0.05, with the F value of 7.2. Therefore, the hypothesis 6 is rejected, and it can be concluded that there is no significant difference between age and awareness of TQM. So hypothesis 7 is rejected, and it can be concluded there is no significant difference between age and employee involvement. Hypothesis 9 is also rejected, and it can be concluded there is no significant difference between age and Participative decision making. The results for age and interpersonal relationship shows level of significance as 0.002, which is lesser than 0.005, with the F value of 5.24. Therefore, the hypothesis 10 is rejected and can be concluded. There is no significant difference actually. As far as we did the multiple regression also the factors, employee involvement, focus on training was found to be insignificant in explaining the independent variable. The results for a regression model has been tested using ANOVA, and the F value was found significant at 5% level of significance. Therefore, the regression model is found to be moderately fit. Further, it can be seen that adjusted R is equally 0.11. That means anytime another independent variable is added to this model, R would be marginal only. So hence the factor awareness of TQM, participative decision making and interpersonal skill is rejected, explaining there is a significant impact by age on dimensions of total quality management. So let me share the screen again actually. So the findings, actually, we summarize the finding. Most of the responses are male and most of the responses belong to the age group between 26 to 35 years. Maximum respondents have completed their education UG, and then there is a salary level between 6,000 to 8,000 in our survey. And then the top level management also involved, top management qualification, and then variables also we identified in the findings actually. Suggestions. The top level management can educate the quality policies of manufacturing companies so that the employee will aware about the TQM and then further quality indicators in future period. The employees are in lag of providing suggestion to their co-workers and suggesting their superior to necessary changes in the work-related aspects. For this purpose, the management can provide the training for leadership development and other aspects regarding knowledge transmission, which leads to increase the productivity in future period. The employees don't have any opinion about the effort taken by management to encourage teamwork, and it shows that the management is lagged within this activity. For this purpose, more effort can be made to increase the quality of services in future period of time. The management should focus more on income level 8,000 to 10,000 as mean value scored by them during the survey as low when compared to other employees. Also, we identified the management should focus more on employee experience from 3 to 5 years as the mean value scored by them during the survey was low when compared to other level of experience actually. Conclusion. The conclusion is that when compared to other dimensions of survey with the employees, participative decision making has the highest impact with the demographic profile and other related to TQ. It shows that this factor can be taken for the decision making process of the study, and when compared with the other dimensions related to top level management, the dimension process center can be taken for decision-making process of the study. So the study completely demonstrates the conclusion TQM is mainly comparable and then highest impact with demographic profile and decision-making skill especially. It shown the factors of decision-making process, how the study compared with the other dimensions with the top-level manager, different level of management. The dimension process of centered can be taken for decision-making process of the study. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request you to continue with the article ID ICRBP 102.
Hi, my name is Geeta. I am research scholar in Madras University. I would like to discuss the topic about contribution of implementation method and training with the reference to medical device quality management system in Chennai. So this study is mainly focused how the training method implied, and then training goes implementation method and training how it actually impact the quality management system in medical device industry. Quality management system is a part of TQM implementation. There are many tools used in total quality management system, but QMS is worldwide recognized quality management system is one of the popular and durable management concept. QMS is a collection of business process focused on consistently meet customer requirement. Statement of problem, descriptive study. The present study attempts to assess quality management system in medical device manufacturing companies. It tries to assess contribution of implementation method and training in QMS of the organization. Hence, it is descriptive study. Limitation of the study. The study is limited only medical device manufacturing company. We collected from only medical device manufacturing companies. The sample size is only limited to 90. So it may be a bias of the study. The study period is around 3 months and deep analysis about research cannot be made. Respondent may fail to express other opinion and beliefs. Source of the data, primary data. The primary data are those which are collected for the first time by the researcher. It is actually fresh data. It is collected by administrating questionnaire from the employees. Secondary data, internet books, published articles, journals, and newspaper articles, method to collect the data. Data collection procedure used in the research is questionnaire. Questionnaire is used to collect the data for the study. One of the common questionnaire formulator to collect the data respectively from different type of management like middle management, executive management, different departments also. Type of sampling used for the study is random sampling. Sample size is 90. Respondent, they replied, we circulated 120, but we received 90. Analysis and interpretation. A variable of company, including the type of company, product category, and years of the company. So different demographic area covered in the questionnaire. So what is the type of company? Is it general medical device company, IVD company, or both, or they are manufacturing? What are the product categories, whether domestic products, international products? How many years of experience in QMS, whether they are adopting QMS philosophy early or later stage, or now only they implemented, those informations are collected. So also one of the part, what are the tools they are using in quality management system, which is identified. Different department using different tools actually. So this one also we collected, whether they are using Petro charts, SPC, benchmarking, Six Sigma, whether they are histograms, scatter diagram, what are the type of tools they are using in quality management system to improve the quality and the efficacy of the management system. So this one also we put it as one of the variable to identify the interpretation. Of course, in the operation department, finance departments also, we collected all the tools information, whether it's Six Sigma, benchmarking is going on, SPC, whether they are using check sheets and Petro charts, all the information we collected. Comparison between year of company adopting QMS philosophy and factors related to quality management system. So role of quality department. So how the quality department impact the quality management system implication, training and QMS need, customer focus, those all by using chi-square and sigma, we identified the data as it is. Of course, some of the variables we included as challenges in implementation, what are the challenges as quality improvement, how the process management and operating procedures also involved in implementing quality management system, which is also identified as a variable, and then we did the hypothesis actually. Customer satisfaction is one of the main tool, which is very important in QMS actually. So which is also included as a variable, as a hypothesis to identify further differentiation actually. So the next interpretation analysis, we talked about different type of variables like role of quality department, how it impacted, and training, what type of training they have, a continuous training program, is they have a training plans, how different type of training they are arranging to improve the quality management system. Those are also we captured in the questionnaire. And QMS need also, which is included. So different type of level of comparison by using different type of analysis and interpretation we identified, and then the comparison between different type of years of age of limitations of companies also we verified as included in analysis and interpretation. The findings, most of the respondents are outside is IVD manufacturers. IVD means in vitro diagnostic manufacturers. Majority of the respondents are dealing in both domestic and international. Of course, both they are domestic, they are manufacturing for domestic as well as international also. Maximum of the respondents adopted QMS philosophy after 2010, and then most of the engineering companies are using check sheets as their quality control tool. So maximum of the manufacturing companies are using control charts as their quality control tool. Most of the respondents are using cause and effect diagram in quality as their quality control tool. Maximum of other responses using SPC in research and development as their quality tool actually. Most of the respondents are using check sheets in operations and quality control tool. Maximum of the financiers are using actually tools actually as a tool sheet as a quality control tool actually. Suggestion: correct QMS implementation method and management representative knowledge, which leads increase in quality compliance and proper QMS implementation. Continuous training to all the staffs leads less non-conformance and which is increasing the productivity. So which is identified from the data analysis actually. Management involvement and management participation in QMS leads awareness of quality impact in quality management system. If management doesn't involve, actually employees thought QMS is actually extra work for them and they doesn't want to give interest actually. Challenges in implementation overcome by QMS procedure, periodic review and continuous training. Risk-based approach in each process throughout the product life cycle, which leads a good QMS implementation to follow by increased productivity. Conclusion. The conclusion is that when compared with the other dimensions on survey, but continuous training has the highest impact with demographic profiles and other factors related to quality management system. QMS has no specific destination and its changing limit is also endless. Organization always try to improve as well as different techniques and tools such as implementation method, risk-based approach, and QMS periodic review invented parallel in QMS. So definitely of quality is always evolving. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now request S. Praveen Kumar and Dr. V. Selvam, article ID ICRBP 105 to present. Sir, your screen is visible, but you are not audible.
Sir, are you able to hear me?
Praveen Nair, sir. Praveen, sir. Praveen, sir. Sir, you're not audible, sir. Can you please unmute yourself? Is there any technical issue, sir, at your end? Is there any technical issues from your side, sir? You can just type in the chat box, sir.
Praveen sir.
Sir, if you're facing any technical issues, kindly restart your system and get back to us, sir. Raki, we can move to the next participant, Raki.
Yeah, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Gangu Naidu and Mandala
and Dr. Jerlin Jose and Dr. Kavita Desai, article ID ICRBP 111 to present.
Ma'am, am I audible? Is it visible?
And it is visible too, sir.
And thank you so much. A very good afternoon, Mananda. My name is Dr. Gangu Naidu Mandala. My co-presenters, Dr. Jerlin Jose and Dr. Kavita Desai from Department of Professional Studies, School of Commerce and Finance and Accounting, Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore. My topic is the impact of psychological and COVID-19 pandemic stress on people involved in the agricultural industry. Actually, every person should do some research on agricultural industry. Everybody knows that one because agricultural industry is the backbone of all countries. You know that because all people are depending on that. So the main aim of this research, I want to contribute something to the agricultural department. So that I selected this topic, and as well as I'm from Andhra Pradesh, I have taken coastal Andhra, which was affected mostly in Andhra Pradesh in this pandemic and financially and in all areas. So in this North Coastal Andhra Pradesh, I have taken nearly 1,000 samples, 998 samples I have taken to collect the opinions from the all rural communities because many people suffered from rural areas in this pandemic and financially, socially, and psychologically they were affected. So my aim is that I collected opinions from them and then how they suffered, here I've done small research work. So here maximum I have given questionnaire to them and Telugu and English both to collect the opinions in convenient way. And most of the people responded positively. Nearly out of 1,000 samples, maximum 99% people responded. They gave their responses. And even my both co-authors, and they helped me a lot in this research work. And come to that, I have studied different papers and I found research gap because no one has done research work. Everybody done in different areas. The few people is concentrated in agriculture sector that in this pandemic and how people were affected, no one has done. And proudly I can say a few of them done, then I am one of the person who contributed something to the agriculture department. as well as index sector. So in this study, a maximum, as I said, the basic objective in this study, analyze the psychological as well as this pandemic stress on people involved in agriculture sector, especially rural community. So some of people, they migrated, some of people, financially they suffered, and some of people depended on agriculture sector. Even some of people, they changed their production process also due to these areas. So as I said, I have collected samples from out of samples we collected, and as well as we found that the basic finding in this study is that maximum impacted this psychologically and as well as pandemic stress on the people, especially in rural community. They suffered a lot. That is my finding, and as well as my suggestion is that the government also maximum they concentrated on to control the pandemic and all these things, but some of in Andhra Pradesh government maximum they did not concentrate people how they suffered, and financially they could not help. The maximum the government tried to control the pandemic, but they could not help to the rural area people, because you don't believe that from the rural area people started to migrate to urban areas to get work, because in agriculture sector maximum they did not get the demand. The goods also not moved to from rural areas to the urban areas. So then lack of transportation facilities and the financial facilities as well as storage problems. So through this study, I found that one major finding is that the government could not help, and as well people also could not produce more goods because of lack of transportation as well as storage problems. The government, my suggestion is that government should concentrate on those areas to provide both these in these areas. So that is my area. Thank you so much. That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Ramya, article ID ICRBP 017 to present.
Happy day to one and all present here. This is Ramya Venkat from MOP VAISHNAV College for Women. I will shortly be presenting. Let me just pick up my PPT. Are you able to see my slides? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. The research topic that I will be discussing as part of this presentation is predicting the investor intention towards mutual funds in Chennai, applying the theory of planned behavior. My research topic is based on mutual funds because they're a very unique class of financial products. Compared to traditional products, they are highly liquid, and it is easy to shift over from one class of investment to another class. Like you want to move from a fixed income security to an equity-based investment. It is easily possible through a simple switch transaction. And this particular mutual fund product gives you a good real rate of return compared to traditional products. So this is like, it beats inflation, and it also helps you give diversification opportunities. For a retail investor like you and me, investing in big ticket size stocks like Infosys or MRF would be very difficult. So we can go to an indirect route like mutual funds to participate in capital markets. So that is why I have taken up this particular topic for research. My literature survey was focused on identifying how optimistic the mutual fund industry is in the Indian scenario compared to the rest of the world. So I observed that the number of PAN account holders per se is 50 crores, but the number of mutual fund folio from retail fund investors is only 9.34 crores. That's a very minimal number. So there is very less retail participation per se in such an optimistic product like a mutual fund. There are so many asset management companies which have offered fund schemes here, both from a national level, and international companies have also set up shop here in India. There are 38 in number as of date. And the whole amount of corpus collected by all of these companies towards this mutual fund product is 38.22 lakh crores. This slide will give you a snapshot of where India stands compared to the rest of the world. The first portion talks about how an Indian mutual fund industry is racing forward, growing at a very aggressive rate compared to the rest of the developed countries like the Americas and Europe and things like that. The other portion of the slide also talks about how retail investors still favor the traditional means of investment like banking and insurance products compared to mutual funds. And we also observe that the mutual funds over the years, if you hold it for longer, then it gives a very good rate of return. So basically patience pays when it comes to this product. The lowermost part of the slide talks about the different states. To what extent are they participating in the overall mutual fund industry scenario in India? Maharashtra tops the scene, Bombay being the financial capital, it is very obvious. It is very distantly followed by investments from Delhi. Then there is Karnataka, because Bangalore is also a very big hub of mutual fund investments. Then there is Surat and Ahmedabad. So Gujarat comes in the next slot. And finally, West Bengal. These are the states from the top 5 order, if you look at mutual fund investment categories. And we also observe our own Tamil Nadu, which is such an industrialized state, as per the overall national report, does not feature in the top 5 at all. So that was one of the reasons why I embarked upon this study, to see why there is limited participation in the mutual fund industry. Like studying about any buyer behavior involves studying the theory behind it. There are a host of buyer behavior theories in place, but I felt the most relevant of these would be a theory on planned behavior. Okay, so this theory of planned behavior says intention translates to a person's action, which is his behavior, and the intention itself is dependent on 3 constructs: attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavioral control. What is attitude? Attitude is a positive or negative feeling that one has towards exhibiting a particular behavior, and this is dependent on the outcome. So your behavior can end up in a favorable or an unfavorable outcome. Like if your mutual fund investment is going to give you a good rate of return with a very favorable outcome, then we reinforce positive intention. We develop a very positive attitude towards it. So that is one of the constructs that I embarked upon in my research study. Next comes subjective norm. Subjective norm is a kind of influence that a person faces from his close set of people. How do I internalize the influence? Like if you look at financial investments, we listen to registered financial advisors whom we trust, rather than going by our own judgment and analysis of financial products. This is a very common scenario observed. So that way, a subjective norm, whether I comply with the views expressed by my financial advisor, is another important factor that needs to be considered when I study the intention of people. Third comes the perceived behavioral control. This refers to the ability that I perceive that I have the ability to take a particular action. This is actually dependent on the ease with which I can take a decision and the amount of control that I can extend on deterrence to my behavior. So is it easy for me? Do I have the know-how to invest in mutual funds? Am I able to compare and contrast this financial product with other offerings in the market? Am I able to take good decisions? Do I have the necessary know-how and awareness? So this is another significant element when it comes to arriving at intentions. So after using this base theory, I have extended this to frame the purpose of my study. The first 3 aspects being the 3 constructs of the theory of planned behavior, I wish to analyze if it positively and significantly influences the intention to invest. In any sort of investment, there are 2 other things that needs to be considered. One is a risk element and the other is a past performance. Risk element, because all of us fall under different categories of risk. Some of us are risk averse, some of us take a very calculated risk, and there are others who ride the high tide. They are very aggressive in them taking up risk because risk is commensurate with return. So the more risk I assume, the more return I make. So that sort of very aggressive risk takers are also in place. So the risk element definitely needs to be considered on an intention to invest in a financial product. The next one being the past behavioral bias. There are a lot of disclaimers that you will see saying, past performance does not guarantee future returns. But we generally turn a blind eye to it because most of us believe that, such schemes have given historically good dividends. Such schemes have ensured good growth rate, so they are worthwhile parking my money at. So past behavioral bias is also another significant factor that generally retail investors give into. So using these, I have done a research sampling within Chennai region. I had circulated around 100 questionnaires, of which 70 were quality responses that I have got using the convenient sampling method. Due to paucity of time, I used this questionnaire circulation through online methods like Google Forms. So this is a descriptive statistic data of the output that I came from the questionnaire. The responses have been fairly good. It is a fair mix of both male and female, and I have covered this across age groups, as you can see from the slide. I have used a wide spectrum of income ranges, as well as included the savings propensity of the respondents. That also is along a wide spectrum. So this is the descriptive statistics of the data that I have collected through the questionnaire. I have used this conceptual model, the 5 factors that we just discussed till now, to study the intention to invest in mutual funds, because it is already proven through research that the intention will eventually translate to behavior. So I have used 5 hypotheses to test this. Using this, I used SEM analysis model to construct a model, basically verify the conceptual model that I have conceived, whether it actually holds good. The model fit indices in AGFI and RMC clearly indicate that this model definitely fits into the specified criteria. And just like what the previous body of research quotes saying, these factors definitely influence the intention of mutual fund investors, as well as in stock market participation cases. It has yet again been proved through my research that this model holds good. So seeing that all of these factors have a strong influence, I recommend that as AMFI, the Association of Mutual Funds in India, and AMCs should focus on a lot of investor education programs to create awareness and promote financial literacy about financial products. Only that can instigate people to explore more about the product and seek to invest in it. Second, we've already seen the successful model of LIC, where insurance policies are very popular, whether you look at it in the Tier 2 cities or even in the remotest of regions, all thanks to the agency network that they follow. So similarly, mutual funds companies should also focus on deputing agents. There are already established network of rural branches of nationalized banks. So capitalizing on that, they can popularize this product through agencies so that there is a wider reach. It is easy for people to invest. So that way. Third, to promote perceived behavioral control aspects, there should be an ease of subscribing and redeeming transactions easily through simple mobile phones and smart apps and things like that. And with the payment bank concept and GPay and other forms of easy e-payments, these investments should be extremely seamless. In fact, the stock markets, platforms like BSE and NSE, they themselves are creating platforms to facilitate mutual fund transactions. The most recent being BSE has launched STAR. This will ensure retail investors like you and me can also directly transact just like in a share market, as well as service providers like the intermediaries, the registered financial advisors also can transact on behalf of us through these platforms. And in one consolidated view through these DMAT options, we can get to see our portfolios across investments in different asset management companies. So scope for further study would be this intention element can be studied from multiple angles based on people's financial literacy and awareness, or based on service providers, because some service providers, it is observed that the trailing commission rate is quite low in case of mutual funds. So they are not very enthusiastic about offering mutual funds as a product when they suggest it to their clients. So probably such perspectives can also be worked on to understand how to improve people's intention to participate in the mutual fund industry and benefit from it. So with that, I conclude my presentation on this particular research. Thank you so much, DG Vaishnav, for giving us this platform to showcase our research work. And these 2 days have been very insightful. Very good lectures are being delivered. So we're all, as participants, benefiting from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Arigyabi Zefaru Hadush, article ID 005 to present.
Okay, hello, sir.
Hi, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. I think it was recommended by audio recorder, but just let me present on leave. Okay? Hello?
Yes, sir, you may continue.
Sir, is that visible, my PowerPoint?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
All right, so let me begin, okay? My name is Aragavdafar Hadish from Beltag University, but I am from Ethiopia. And my co-author study of workplace conflict and its impact in Hiwana municipality administration, which is found in Tigray region, which is in Ethiopia, not part of Ethiopia. And the introduction says conflict refers to the disagreement being created between individuals, business organizations, teams, or employees and managers. So conflict is one of the inescapable and unavoidable facts of life, but it can be minimized. Here are types of workplace conflict according to different authors. For example, intrapersonal conflict, which refers self-struggle due to poor alignment of ideas and missions with moral value of the employees. Second, interpersonal conflict is conflict on approach to accomplish the same goal. Third, intra-team conflict is a role conflict among groups in the same organization. Number 4, inter-team conflict is the dispute between teams due to fear of domination. So these are the frameworks for types of conflict. The second issue is cause of conflict, referring to the state, different cause of conflict. For example, poor management, under-treatment, unclear job roles of the problem. The current study is conducted in Hiwana municipality. It has not got stable administration. The municipality administration is always in dispute, even with the political administration. This conflict has segmented the workers and the community into groups and have rough relationship. The community is always in murmuring. The employees are unhappy. Therefore, having this in mind, this study attempted to investigate the causes, types, and the effect of the workplace conflict. Here is the purpose of the study. The general objective of the study is to know the types of specific objectives to investigate the cause of workplace conflict. Third, to examine the impact of workplace conflict on retention, goal achievement, and decision making. It is a conceptual work of the study. Cause of conflict, types of conflict, impact of conflict are in order. So this is the framework. Based on the framework, I constructed some hypotheses. Hypothesis 1, which is a null hypothesis. The types of conflict observed in Hiwana municipality are not significant. Second, there is no significant positive relationship between the conflict and the cause of conflict. Third, the conflict have no significant positive relationship with the retention or employee retention, goal achievement, and decision making. The methodology issue, this study is quantitative research design and involved 60 respondents who were selected using purposive and available sampling procedure. Structured questionnaire was employed as data collecting instruments which were passed through professional face validity. Third, data analysis was, yes, here is a data presentation and interpretation table. Yes, this is a table. It includes mean, standard deviation, standard error, t-value, degree of freedom, significance, mean difference, lower and upper groups, and 95 confidence level. And the analysis is under it. So every table is performed, analyzed in such a way, in this style. Now let me jump to the major findings. One major finding is major types of conflicts regarding the types of conflicts. One is inter-team conflict with mean score 4.57 with standard deviation 0.585 at t equals to 14.3, p equals to There is very significant types of conflict. Second, inter-conflict. Here is the data is there. Intra-team conflict. These are types of conflicts, and they are very significant conflicts in the area. Second issue is cause of conflict. For example, poor communication with mean 4.57, with standard deviation 0.72, at t equals to 16.8, p equals to 0.00, with two-tailed. So others are resource domination, political intervention, lack of capacity, poor management. All these are very significant cause of conflict in the study. The other issue is impact of conflict. Employees lost focus on goals with mean 4.42 at t equals to 12.9, p equals to 0.00, and other causes are poor customer service, employees afraid of decision, the town lost income, investors lost interest to invest in the area. All these are also important impact of the conflicts. The other issue is the relationship among the factors, the dependent and independent factors. One is conflict had significant relationship with cause of conflict at r equals to 0.36, p equals to 0.300. So according to this hypothesis, the net hypothesis was rejected, but alternate hypothesis was accepted. In relation to this, conflict had negative relationship with employees retention at r equals to negative 0.11, p equals to 0.047. Well, achievement is there is the data, decision making. All these conflict had not had negative relation with these items. Okay? When I come to the conclusion, its conclusion is made based on the hypothesis. Hypothesis 1, inter-team conflict, inter-conflict, intra-team conflict. All the types of conflict are not significant. For this hypothesis was rejected and the alternative hypothesis was accepted. Second hypothesis, there is no significant relationship between the conflict and the cause of conflict, is rejected and the alternative hypothesis is accepted. Number 3, conflicts and the cause of conflicts have no positive significant relationship with employees retention, goal achievement, and decision making. This hypothesis was accepted, but the alternative hypothesis was rejected. This implies that the cause of conflict and conflict level increased, employees retention, goal achievement, and decision making were decreased, opposite directions, that means. When I come to the conclusion, recommendation or suggestion 1, since the conflicts are significant, both political leaders and the professionals should sit to discuss and solve their problems. Second, all stakeholders should discuss on their roles and their responsibilities to avoid role conflict. Number 3, managers should capacitate themselves, treat all employees and stakeholders equally to avoid the cause of conflict. Number 4, the municipality should build team spirit in the workplace to minimize employees turnover. Number 5, all managers and employees should avoid negative thinking and gossip, so they should focus on their expectations and goal achievement. So thank you very much. This is the first one. Shall I jump or proceed to the next? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Have you completed?
Yes, already finished the first one. Can I proceed to the next?
Yes, sir, you can.
Hello, sir.
Article ID 008, right?
Can I
Yes,
proceed to the next one?
Yes, sir, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. The second article study is examining the effect of attitude, remuneration, and working condition on teachers' performance in Hintalo district, Tigray, which is found in Ethiopia still. Okay. When I come to the introduction, according to Sharif, 2018 human workforce are the determinant and essential capital of an institution to achieve the intended objectives. Employees' performance is the process by which workers behave and act in the workplace on the set of targets and standards. Hence, teachers in Hintalo district are in effort to accomplish their goals However, they are influenced by different or various factors. Therefore, this study tried to investigate how attitude, remuneration, and working condition affect teachers' performance. When I come to the purpose of the study, the general purpose of the study is to investigate the effect of attitude, remuneration, and working condition on teachers' performance. The specific objectives are: 1, to examine the relationship among attitude, remuneration, working condition, and teachers' performance. Second, to investigate the impact of teachers' demography on their performance. Third, to recognize the impact of location on teachers' performance. There is also significance of the study. In short, this study can assist human resource managers in the area to know the impact of attitude, working condition, and remuneration factors on teachers' performance. Here is conceptual framework of the study. The middle circle refers teachers' performance, which is dependent variable, whereas the other circle is like working condition, demography, attitude, and the remunerations are the dependent variables that affect the performance. Okay, the dependent variable that means. Based on this, hypotheses are also constructed. 1, there is no significant relationship among attitude, remuneration, working condition, and the teacher's performance. Second, there is no significant difference in teachers' performance due to their demography. Third, there is no significant difference in teachers' performance due to location. Okay. With regard to the methodology and materials, this study is a descriptive survey design and the quantitative approach. About 191 sample teachers participated in the study. Second, questionnaire, which was passed through pilot tests, were taken to collect data. Data analysis was done using independent t-test and present collection or ANOVA regression to test the hypothesis. Here is a table which consists of data presentation and interpretation. This table also consists of what? The factors, both factors, and the correlation, the significant value, and so on. Okay, the p-value is already less than 0.05. Okay, the p-value. Now, this is also the analysis part. Now, let me jump to the major findings sometime. Major findings and conclusions. Finding 1, remuneration or salary had significant correlation with working condition at R equals to 0.75, P equals to 0.00, with attitude at R equals to 0.24, P equals to 0.00, and with performance at R equals to 0.17, P equals to 0.02. So this is one. So remuneration has a correlation with these factors. And the working condition, number 2, working condition had significant correlation with attitude at R equals to 0.25, P equals to 0.00. It's also correlation with performance level at 0.17, P equals to 0.02. Attitude also had significant correlation with performance level at R equals to 0.25, P equals to 0.00. When I come to conclusion for this, teacher's performance was predicted by remuneration, attitude, and working condition. This revealed that also the null hypothesis no significant relationship were rejected, but the alternative hypothesis were accepted. The other major findings is a teacher's educational level at P equals to 0.27, work experience at P equals to 0.09, and educational and with work experience at P 0.17 did not make significant difference on their performance. Conclusion for this, one can conclude that the null hypothesis for each item were accepted, but the alternative hypothesis were rejected. Other major finding is there was no significant difference on teacher performance due to gender because there was no mean difference and the significant value, p-value is 0.99. Similarly, there was no significant difference on teachers' performance due to location. For that, the significance value or p-value is 0.78. Conclusion for this, the null hypothesis were accepted and the alternative hypothesis were rejected. Thus, all revealed that teachers' demography as moderator variable did not affect teachers' performance. Whereas, for this case, only the attitude, remuneration, and working condition variables had impact on teachers' performance. Just when I came to the last suggestion 1, the school principals should work to raise positive attitude on teaching profession. Second, the leadership and the stakeholders should design awareness creation programs and motivation strategies. Third, the government should also introduce initiative to make the teaching profession attractive. Number 4, short training, coaching, performance evaluation with sound feedback, and support must be improved. Hello?
Yes, sir. I have completed, sir.
Just over. Thank you very much.
Thank
if you
you,
have
sir.
suggestions, comments, welcome.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I request Dr. K. Senthamal Selvan, Dr. B. Lata Lavanya, article ID ICRBP 103 to present.
Yeah, good afternoon to one and all present here. Thanks for the good opportunity given. Can I share my slides?
Yes, ma'am. Argavi, can you please go on mute, please?
Okay.
Thank you so much. You may present, ma'am.
Share, sir. I'm not able to share my slide.
Just 1 second, ma'am.
Ma'am, now please have a try.
No, madam, I'm not.
One moment, ma'am, please.
Yeah. No. Wants to share the content of the screen. Share. No. Probably can I go ahead, madam? Because I don't want to waste your time. I'm not able to.
Ma'am, can we present your PPT, ma'am?
Yes, please, madam, please.
Ma'am, your ID is 103 only, no, ma'am?
Yes.
Oh, give me a minute, ma'am. I'll do it now.
Yeah, it is an artificial intelligence influence on human resource management, exploring the employee perception. That is what we were looking in for. This study was exclusively done for this conference alone. Here, while you have seen in the past, like many of the researchers has done artificial intelligence, and here AI maybe it would have been a thought that it is a product of the science friction. And most professionals today understand that this option of the smart technology is actively changing the workplaces. There are lots of application of AI throughout nearby, like every profession and every industry, as well as the human resource career is no longer an exception. You could see many of the service which is coming from the Oracle as well as the future works. They work with the HR professional. They believe that AI can present the opportunities for mastering the new skills and gaining more free time and allowing the HR professional to expand the current role in order to be more strategic within the organization. To go with in a higher level, AI is a technology, and basically it allows the computers to learn from or to make a recommendation based on the data which is available. In terms of human resource management, AI can be applied in the different ways to streamline the process and to improve the efficiency. There are lots of applications. For example, recruitment and onboarding is there. Internet mobility as well as employee retention is there. Automation of the administrative task is there. There are lots. But to our study, we are looking into the evolution of the study from Industry 4.0. And we have seen that recruitment, training, as well as a performance management, retention, all these are there. But what's that we are going to do for the objective of this conference? Just for this conference, we thought of analyzing the employee perception on implementation of artificial intelligence in human resource management. That's it. Only one objective we have here. What is the scope? What's that we are going to do with this objective? Identify the effective human resource utilization. What is the impact of AI in human resource management? What are the remedies to cover with the human power? And as well as what do we have as a balance for the human power when we have artificial intelligence, and what is the stabilization of employee retention? as like all the other researchers are, we did have some limitation because we thought of taking this in past 3 months before when the abstract was asked for us. And we went on with a sample size of 150, and this AI, like very new respondents responded because many of them did not have an awareness of. Many of the literatures from 2017 was extracted. We had enough number of literatures which spoke about the recruitment as well as the frauds and compliance, and lots of AI. We have lots of literatures, and working on with AI is of now. The research methodology, it is a way for the systematic, resolve all the problems. Only one objectives we have, and this objective, how we take into the, how we took into the employees, and we took all these employees from the IT sector only. We thought they would be most preferable respondents, and the number of respondents here, like 8 who were not in their job because of this COVID, and the other employments was also taken because you have here the percentage of respondents. We have not given the complete chart because due to the time constraint. And next, about the AI, and it's answerable for the employees during decision making. How practically they are, the AI is taking a decision, how legally the codes are being developed, and what is the limit for the advancement of AI, and how it is technically possible, how they are working with, how it is technically possible, because everything we are going to stick only with the coding. Whatever we code, that legal practices it's going to take. It's not going to skip. It is not going to be subjective. It's going to be objective. And how the respondents, they said that it was taken. AI is taking good practices, good legal. It has an advancement in the limit as well as technical possibility. And one statistical technique which we adopted is a chi-square test. The hypothesis which was developed is there is no significant difference between different departments in this business or in the company as a level of satisfaction in the usage of AI. And we identified that it were 52 respondents stated that they were highly satisfied. And the next category of the satisfaction was 48. Always there are people who say, like cat on the wall, neutral, it was 12, and a dissatisfaction was 18. And the people who were in their 50s, they said they are highly dissatisfied. And we had a significant difference there also. And here the Z value was greater than the tabulated value, wherein we accept the hypothesis there was no significant difference between different departments at the level of the satisfaction obtained in the usage of AI. Moving on with the findings, suggestion, as well as a conclusion. 35% they stated that the problem faced by the training and the recruitment can be resolved. And 44% of the employees strongly agreed that AI is capable in conducting the candidate screening as well as employee selection. That is very well appreciated by all the IT people. And 48% of the employees stated that AI will become a part of the society. And 39% they stated this will be taken up in the organization. What's that we have for the suggestion? What's that we give back as a suggestion to the industry? The employee must give an important time management technique, and they can complete the work within the specific time. You give the time, the AI with the machine learning as well as the big data, they give answers within the specific time. And many tasks may not be possible to carry out by the worker, which they will take a longer time, that can be delegated to the robots, so that the AI technology, without losing its efficiency, effectiveness, it will reduce the workload of the employees. As the employee working in the organization or working with the robots, they will be willing to work and they will be updating themselves. Then my robot updates, I will be also updating my knowledge, right? And by enabling this, the organization reduce the time, the money spent on the manpower by means of conducting training and developing the programs. Over that, the last, it comes to the conclusion. You would know, like how we should be prepared to the future of human resource management, because it is very clear that AI will continue to positively shape in the field of human resource management in the coming years. And the HR professional should also be aware of the challenges that they might face. There are common concern of the HR leader having focus on the primarily on making the AI simplifier as well as safe to use. In fact, there are many common factors preventing people from using AI at the work, at the security as well as the privacy concern. Now, additionally, there are about, the research says 25% of the respondents, they say that interacting with the human in the workplace is better than interacting with the machine. But this will be addressed in future also. People will need to be aware of ethical privacy questions while using this technology, right? Thanks for giving a great opportunity here. Thanks to the team and congrats for this conference getting organized. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request S. Praveen Kumar and Dr. V. Selvam, article ID ICRBP 105 to present.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. I am S. Praveen Kumar from Vellore Institute of Technology from Department of Commerce, and my guide is Dr. V. Selvam, Professor and Department of Commerce. My topic is on faculty's perceived benefits towards working from home during the COVID-19. First of all, introduction. The world is still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic and resuming routine. The COVID-19 outbreak resulted in the closure of colleges and institutions, as well as a long-term disruption in teaching plans. Working from home has been on the upswing for years. As more professions rely on computers and telecommunications, more individuals have reliable internet access and more families have both parents working full-time. The work from home concept is regarded as one of the most effective ways to slow the spread of the virus, which has changed the work procedures and culture of many industries. The work from home concept is one of the flexible work arrangements that can be used to keep the crisis in the higher education industry at bay. During this pandemic, faculty and students have been increasingly interested in using online learning platforms. Next, to the concept of work from home. The concept of work from home refers to employees work from a home, that is a location of their own choice than the workplace where they are paid by the employers. Because of the advancements in telecommunication, network connectivity, and the widespread use of smartphones and tablets, faculties can easily work from home. The present century, the work from home concept is considered to be one of the ways of flexible arrangement and working hours. Generally, the work from home concept gives benefits to the management as well as the faculties. These are the literature reviews. And my statement of problems. By reviewing the literature, the major perceived problems among faculty members who take classes through online mode through work from home were like lack of face-to-face interaction, lack of understanding on digital online platforms in delivering courses, less accessing teaching and learning, no proper time and location facilities, more stress among faculties who teach theory and labs, lack of eye contact and clarifying doubts, delay in completing sections, and lack of bridging the learning gap were among the issues that the faculties experience. Based on the above statement of problems for the study, in India, most studies were conducted on work from home among employees working in an organization. But my research gap is that only few studies were conducted on constraints on work from home among faculty members. But so far, no studies were conducted in Ranipet and Vellore districts in Tamil Nadu. So the researcher identified the research problem and attempted to fill the research gap for the study by conducting a study on faculty's perceived benefits towards working from home. My objective of the study is to study the demographic profile of the faculties working in the arts and science colleges to identify the faculty's perceived benefits towards working from home during COVID-19. My hypothesis for the study is There is no significant relationship between the designation and the faculty's benefit towards working from home. These are the research methodology in my study. My study is on empirical in nature. The data is both by primary and second data. My sampling unit were the faculties were working from the Arts and Science College in Ranipet and Vellore district in Tamil Nadu. My sampling method is applied conveyance sampling. Questionnaire design is structured questionnaire with 5-point Likert scale. Sampling size is 110 samples were collected. Statistical analysis were percentage analysis and one-way ANOVA test. Reliability test is 0.762. These are the demographic profile. In that I have mentioned gender, designation, location, and where they were employed in, and the teaching, learning, and research process affected, and mode of teaching. These are the benefits which I have mentioned in the questionnaires. That is time and location flexibility, no stress, apply to use advanced technology, better management and administration, more interaction between faculty and the students, note the students individually in the online video call session, maintaining eye contact and clear the doubts, easy to find problematic and distracted students, online teaching helps in bridging the learning gap, willingness to take online classes even after the lockdown. So these are the benefits that I mentioned in the questionnaire. Based on this, I have calculated this using the one-way ANOVA test. Now the findings of the study. Based on the demographic profile, according to the findings, the majority of the response were 67.27% were male academics, and majority 86.36% were the assistant professors. The majority of the responses in the survey are from urban areas, and 61.81% of the faculty members worked at aided colleges. The teaching and learning process was also to be found less influence in faculties with the rate of 68.19%. The majority of faculty, 68.18%, prefer Zoom application software as a teaching modality during this COVID-19. From the one-way ANOVA test, it is concluded that there is no significant relationship between the perceived benefits and designation of the faculties working from home during COVID-19. And the major findings of the study found that there are no significant perceived online teaching and learning benefits among faculties working from home during COVID-19 in arts and science colleges. Conclusion. Now, based on the findings of the study, work from home will be a substitute system for the higher education sector under this kind of pandemic situation. Faculty have inadequate time to prepare an alternate way of teaching due to the sudden, abrupt, and unforeseen changeover from face-to-face to the work-from-home concept. The COVID-19 will come to an end shortly, but new disasters may mandate from more online delivery classes. As a result, in today's digital environment, faculties must be able to convert from face-to-face to online teaching as required, and they must be able to help students from all walks of life. So finally, faculties have to compulsorily have to avail to technology, which it seems to become a new norm in the future, and also able to teach students in blending learning methods. Thanks for giving for the wonderful opportunity. Hello.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you all. Now we'll have a break. We'll join back by 3 p.m. for valedictory session. Thank you all.